Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I've been waiting for what feels like days. Okay, first of all, exaggeration. It's only been one day. I've eaten enough of Urqopacha's tacos to feed an army. What is it you'd like to know? Our main concern was confirming the state of the road ahead. As I recall, to reach Urqopacha, we must depart from the Arch of Dawn, take the road west of the first fork. Should we be wary of anything on the way? That is indeed the way to Urqopacha. After the damage wrought by the recent downpour, however, you'll be stumbling more than walking. Do take heart. When it comes to rugged terrain, we have a most dependable solution. How's that vendor? Gemstone trader. You know one thing I find interesting? They keep banging on about the storm, the same one that we had to deal with on our way in. But I can't tell if that's just good writing or foreshadowing. I was debating that yesterday, too. A lot of the individual quests we were doing had to deal with the consequences of that storm. So that's 3 times they had shown on camera the fact that that big storm had effect. And now we're up to 4. But again, that could just be good writing. That could just be, we just had a bad storm, and there are consequences of that, which is good. I don't know. I'm still chewing on that. And good morning, everyone. Talking to a Pelu before we departed was a wise decision. I, for one, would rather not brave a treacherous, slippery trail on foot. Ugh, why did it have to be alpacas? The beasts are sure-footed, that's for certain. The Pelu all being small is confusing enough, but those masks make it almost impossible to tell men from women, let alone their age. Yeah, imagine if they were dwarves. Are these fluffy babies our mounts? What? Resident Evil. Space Marine 2. Space Marine, I gotta say it right. And Dealer's Choice, you got it. Thank you again, French philosopher. May I introduce you to our most dependable companion, the alpaca. These animals can traverse Urqopacha's steep mountain trails as if they were gentle fields, all while carrying heavy loads. Our merchants would be lost without them. So they fill much the same niche as our chocobos back home. You don't have alpacas in Eorzea? Alpacas are native to Yoktura. Eorzea has its chocobos, the Eastern Lands have their horses. There are horses in this game? But must we ride these little monsters? I get the impression you aren't fond of alpacas. When I was small, and being a bit naughty, went around pulling on their wool. One of them spat on me, and it was the foulest stench you can imagine. What do they like to ride? Alpacas bred as mounts are inquisitive and docile. Even those without experience find them easy to handle. We're really doing this then. Was my information useful? Yes, very helpful. Even if it wasn't what I wanted to hear. Good. I'll take my payment now. You want me to pay you? I guess I should have expected as much from a Pelu merchant. Let me see what I have on me. The Pelu value the act of spreading joy through trade, as you should know. They take pride in making deals that benefit both parties. Imagine the Ferengi, but with a brain. Yes, I made a trade with the third promise herself. My friends will never believe this. I should be on my way now. I wish you safe travels. I better not get spit on again. Narrator. She got spit on again. But not by the alpacas! Alright, I'm still not happy about this, but if we have to ride the alpacas to Urqopacha, that's what we'll do. I'll just walk. And yes, I know that there's horse mounts, but there's also a car, Rax.
Turali poets of yore sang of a mountain that would stand tall, even should all other lands sink beneath the sea. Indomitable and eternal, it arises from Urqopacha, the 100 peaks of time. Of all the beasts which crawl and fly, only the legendary Valigarmanda could hope to disturb the summit's serene majesty. Yet, with that flying calamity imprisoned by the Dawn Serpent, what great feat remains for those who would claim the throne?
First trial unlocked. Kill Valigarmanda.
So this is Urqopacha. I've never actually been here before.
The air is so crisp and clear.
Mountains everywhere you look.
That one massive peak in particular has quite the presence. It puts me in mind of Som-Al.
That is Urqopacha, the tallest mountain in Tural. Its sheer height makes it an imposing climb. But there are other reasons the ambitious keep their distance.
Oh? Do tell.
Where to begin?
Excuse me, but you're Urqopacha, are you not? I hadn't thought to encounter one of the Dawn's promise here, of all places.
Yeah, it's the name of Tritalk over in Final Fantasy VI, played well.
But I should introduce myself. I am Bolnok, a weaver by trade.
Well met, Bolnok. We're on our way to Watrunpelo.
Oh, truly, I've just come from there, as it happens. I'd asked the Pelu who sell me their wool to give me a tour of their alpaca ranch. The head rancher and I shared a bottle of mezcal while he explained the finer points of wool production.
Mezcal, is that a local beverage?
It's an Urqopacha specialty. A spirit made from distilled agave heart juice.
Yes, and it must have done wonders for my mood, for I tripled my usual order of alpaca wool. They did offer me a discount, though, so it wasn't a bad deal in the end. But listen to me, boring you with my tedious stories. I will leave you before you are lulled to sleep. Goodbye, and safe travels. Oh, silly me. I almost forgot to say the thing I actually wanted to say. Peace for Tural. I agree with your vision, Third Promise. You have my support in your bid for the throne.
I gather from his tale we would be foolish to underestimate Pelu merchants.
Yes, they do more than run the markets in Tuliyollal. Pelu peddlers can be found everywhere in Tural, traveling from place to place on their sturdy alpacas. They are effusive and engaging speakers, and many's the customer who's been talked into spending more than they bargained for.
They won't find this customer so easily charmed.
Narrator. She was easily charmed. Sorry.
Watrunpelo's down the path! Off the main road! Don't get lost!
It's right there.
those act out. Uh-oh. There's an alpaca. It's okay, Politas. I will save you from this terrible, terrible beast. Blah! Uh-oh. Politas looks kind of angry. I'm gonna go over here. Oh god, Estinian. No, 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 no. I would like to make a deal. No! Slow-mo. No, Estinian. The palace crowds are more supportive of her brothers, but Urqopacha's peaceful politics do have the quiet adherents, I see. I can see more buildings down the path Bolnok was taking. I wonder what's over that way. I feel the change in altitude most keenly. While mayhap not the same degree of the Sea of Clouds, the air is decidedly thin here. This is it. Watching Pello, home of the Pello Pello. Urqopacha should have arrived before us. She hasn't, of course. That's not good. You've come all this way for the right of succession, so that means I'm exchanging words with the future Dawn servant. Please, the outcome is far from decided, but it is a possibility. Oh my god. How fortunate, then, that I deal in cloaks woven from especially luxurious alpaca wool. Such a garment would look magnificent when draped over the shoulders of our budding ruler. And a nation's ruler should dress best for her adoring people, yes? Finery for our finest lady. Come, third promise. My well-stocked shelves are but a few steps away. Finest lady. I like the sound of that. Urqopacha. Alright, I suppose a quick look wouldn't... What did we just talk about? Aaronvolt, when did you... Ah, Shatona from Varav Jacques Dural. Northern winters are bitterly cold affairs, I'm told. I cannot imagine how you survive them without a lovely warm cloak of quality alpaca wool. No, thank you. I'm not in need of new clothes at the moment, and neither is the third promise, perhaps another time. Of course, of course. My shop door is always open. God, they really are. You were saying something about not being easily charmed. I was just... As I previously mentioned, the Pello people live for bringing happiness through trade. They won't cheat you or sell you defective goods. They will, however, disarm you with deft turns of phrases, and unwitting customers like Urqopacha fall prey to this affable approach time and time again. The only recourse is a clear and firm refusal. They won't pursue the matter should you make your disinterest plain. God, they're just better Ferengi. A valuable insight into the minds of the Pello Pello. Let's all take Aaronvolt's words of caution to heart. And never bring Estinian here, ever. We can't bring Yura here, either. I swear I let her out of my sight for one moment. Urqopacha is lucky to have Aaronvolt. Everyone, royalty especially, needs a friend unafraid to chide them when the need arises. It would seem the Pello Pello are also partial to coffee. All these houses and buildings are made to Pello Pello size. And mine, too, come to think of it. Yeah, give it a few years. You might actually grow up. I wouldn't bet on it, though. My finest moment, I'll admit. But now that we're here, let's do what we came to do and find the Elector. Allow me to propose a strategy, then. Kryal, Alize, and I will speak with the merchants, and we will split up again. Lore, pray investigate the other establishments which catch your eye. Should we learn aught of use, let's relay it to the third promise. You mean the one that's right here? That just whispered me, too? Speaking of which, we're gonna that. Okay. I've decided not to report that, but it's on chat, right? You can see it on the stream, Mr. Red. Oh, this is the most terrifying sight I've seen today. Time to break out the booze. The Dawn Servant's Elector. I thought you were a new face in town. Here for the right of succession, I take it. Me, I don't care who sits on the throne as long as they keep Tour all peaceful. People tend to not be in the mood to relax and sip our excellent mezcal once arrows and spears start flying, if you know what I mean. Speaking what you want a cup? Joy shared is a joy doubled. Alright, you were talking about the electors. Being freshly returned from my trading route, I'd heard there's a contest afoot, but... God damn it, Tobley is here. God damn it. Well, you've driven me to drink, Drunk Killorn. So the name was appropriate. Electors? Oh, I've heard all about the right of succession. They're looking to put a new ruler on the throne. Personally, I'm rooting for Zoralja. If the first promise ends, he looked to expand our sphere of influence. That means access to more resources and more customers, in the thousands column, potentially. Yes, yes, let's go on a conquering spree. Very well. You said you want to know about the elector? I could help you, but I won't. I can tell you're no supporter of Zoralja or his policies. Yeah, yeah. I'm not in the favor of conquering other lands. Unless I'm doing it. That's just fun at that point. I'm currently on the quest Traders of Happiness, Spartan. Hello there, I'm Mablu. Do you have a question for me? Sorry, I don't know anybody electors. You should take a moment to see our prized alpacas before you leave, though. Oh, but be sure to admire them for a respectable distance. Get too close and our nervous darlings may be tempted to spit on you, and that stuff stinks. I happened to be a visiting buyer not so long ago. Tobley, that's the head rancher, was so mad at me for not giving a proper warning. No one makes a mistake without Tobley noticing. He knows everything that happens on his ranch. So, that's an interesting question, Drunk Killorn. The problem is, this is the first time we've actually had an up-to-date review of FF14. The original FF14 review was catching up. And, well, the WoW review that's coming up will also be catching up. Oh, geez, that's even more terrifying. So, in other words, we've never actually done exactly what you posit. Reviewing into an expansion. Instead, the moment we hit most expansions, we're like, all right, let's go ahead and talk about other stuff, right? That's true, Rax, but this is... Okay, I hate having to be specific with my words. But since Rax did pull it technically on me, this is the first time we've covered a launch of an expansion under the current design system for MMO reviews. And so, as a consequence, this is the first time we've gotten any particular length into a given expansion without actually giving anything. So this is all kind of new ground for us. Having said that, it doesn't surprise me that there's not many gameplay pluses to be given at the moment. And most of the gameplay negatives are the stuff that I double-checked myself, and are for things that are just going to be in, like, every expansion. Like Ether Currents. We've only given one negative per expansion for Ether Currents. But they continue to suck. But yeah, no. It's, there's... Like, I was talking about this just last night as we were playing WoW. There's not really a lot of gameplay yet to speak of. And, while the quests have not exactly been bad on the story axis, actually they've been quite good on the story axis, I'd say like 3, maybe 2 expansions ago, depending how you define that, FF14's developer staff clearly just walked away from quest design on a gameplay axis, and that's fine, by the way. It actually makes a lot of sense. But, yeah, exactly. Like, picture the first 2 zones in Shadowbringers, for another example. Yeah, there's only so much they can do. So the side quests so far, actually, I shouldn't even say side quests, the quests so far are dominantly cutscenes. And that's fine, really. But it does mean that the majority of the gameplay is going to be locked behind things like dungeons and raids. Everything else is just like interface, HUD, mechanisms stuff. And there hasn't been any substantial changes this expansion that I'm aware of. Please inform me if there's anything I'm skipping. Yeah, WoW's been knocking it out of the park, which is a really good sign. Hopefully, the Microsoft Gaming division doesn't implode. Pro tip. Pro tip. This is actually not a joke. If you hear about... oh god, what's his name? Phil Spencer. If you hear about Phil Spencer leaving Microsoft, it's over. But he's still there at the moment, so he's still winning that particular battle. You almost have to watch yourself around these silver tongue peddlers. I almost bought a bottle of mezcal and a stack of blankets and an enchanting ornament. Anyway, I did manage to learn that Tobley is the man to talk to about the contest. If only they'd share where this head ledger of theirs is to be found. Really? He's also the head rancher? Oh my god. Well, the alpaca ranch is not far from here. I say we pay a visit before the others return. No, nobody said tongue. We're just gonna go over here. Don't make eye contact. Don't make eye contact. High five. If I can give an example of, because I know a lot of people, like Rax, for example, has actually said to me, to my face, that he can't understand how side quests can be meat content. Allow me to give an example of that, because there was a quest we did just last night, which was very creative in how it was designed. So, dancing around spoilers, we were fighting someone who could mind control people. And so that person mind controlled our ally who we'd been doing quests with for an entire quest chain, okay? Now that whole quest chain is cool and awesome, and I'm not going to bore you about the specifics. I just want to get to a specific quest in that chain when that ally is mind controlled and starts fighting against us. So we go to flee, because obviously we don't want to kill our ally. Oh, by the way, we're being accompanied by a rogue. That's important. So we want to flee and get the hell out of Dodge. As we're fleeing, our ally catches up with us and knocks us down in the middle of a giant square with tons of civilians. Those civilians are attackable, but they are yellow mobs. They're not aggro to us. However, as the fight goes on, and the longer the fight goes on, the more the enemy I mentioned who can actually mind control will mind control civilians and then turn them from yellow mobs to red mobs. And in fact, they actually change their attack patterns and their stats when they flip. So you can go through and kill the civilians early to prevent that from being a problem, or kill them as they come and have to deal with something harder. Pure gameplay choice, but also dovetails perfectly into the story of the moment, right? And of course, the goal of the fight is not to kill your ally. It is to try and defeat your ally to the point where your other ally, the rogue, can knock them out. And then you can get the hell out of Dodge and see if there's anything you can do to fix the mind control that was happened. That's the kind of quest design that exists in WoW. A lot of gameplay, and a lot of gameplay and story integration. Now, obviously, that's kind of a hand-picked example, literally from last night, from the most recent expansion, but you get the idea. Obviously, older WoW, BC, excuse me, has, alright, I need you to go get 5 ore carts. No, Spartan. That's what we've been beelining lately, though. That's a lot of alpacas. Still, we know the head ledger could be here somewhere. I can't let fear deter me. Not to say that I'm scared, of course. Excuse me, is one of these workers Tobly? Tobly? Yes, he likes to mingle in the ranch hands and keep an eye on things. I can't tell you which one he is, though. You can't? Is this part of the contest? All I can say is Tobly often mentions his favorite pungent subject. I also can't resist a profitable trade. None of you can. Although who among us could? Am I right? Still, if you bring him a very good deal, he might let us dirty slip. So it's like a game. Easy enough. All I have to do is offer a deal he can't ignore. No problem at all. Well, one problem. I don't think my purse is deep enough to pay everyone if we think might be Tobly. Let's ask some questions and narrow down the field. Also, Mr. Red, I want you to reread what you just typed really quick. Just for me. Like, say it out loud or something. Am I Tobly? Yes, that's me. Excellent work from the third promise in our entourage. Sharp instincts. Shall we commence the third rite of succession then? But, oh, okay. I don't think anybody is, Mr. Red. That's the best part. None have reared more alpacas than I. You want to hear something funny, Rex? This is actually, so, okay. The reason I think this is funny is that you wouldn't like this, but as of this moment in time right now is probably the fastest possible time to level in WoW. Because we've got the anniversary event going, and we've got the Halloween event going. The Thanksgiving event is coming up. And then we've got the extra bonus thing, I can't remember what it's called, which is the weekly thing. And then we have the Dark Moon Fair. You can gain something like triple experience right now. And that's on top of the fact that time walking is open, which gives crap tons of experience. No, I know, Rex. That's why I think it's funny. To most people, it would be like, sweet! And to you, it's like, hold up. I'm obviously not Tobly. I mean, oops, I shouldn't have said that. You're meant to find out for yourself who Tobly is, or if an elector even is in the village at all. Really. Visitor from across the salt, if I'm not mistaken. Be warned, alpacas will spit if you startle them. I suggest you keep your movements slow and deliberate. We're both done with our interrogations. Let's see. So my actual answer would be none of them. But obviously that's not a choice. So I'll go with diligent. No, I'm legitimately not trying to talk you into WoW, Rex, as weird as that sounds. No. I'd much rather show my work. So, get back to me in about 2 weeks. Then I'll talk you into playing WoW. Well, the Tobly who flat out said, I'm Tobly, was too obvious. And the boastful one, Tobly doesn't strike me as someone who would be overly, well, boastful, for lack of a better way to put it, which literally only leaves one choice. An offer I gladly accept. As you've correctly guessed, I am indeed Tobly, head ledger of Wuchenpelo and head rancher of the family. I'm also one of Galul Jaja's chosen electors. I mean, it's not like I don't want to try FF11. As I made very clear, I actually do want to try out FF11. I should know. I've tried like 3 times. But, yeah. In the place featured in the Tuliolo saga, just as we thought. Oh, agreed, Mr. Red. Well, so it's really funny. WoW has this habit of overcompensating. Now, they've actually gotten better about it in recent years. But for the longest time, it was like this. Oh no, Shadow Priests suck. Bzzz. Oh no, Shadow Priests are too good. They're mandatory for every raid. Bzzz. Oh no, Shadow Priests suck. Bzzz. And this is just how they did things for a really long time. Now again, they've gotten better about this, but for years that was just the approach. Reason I bring that up? Leveling in WoW has varied every single expansion. Like, I talk about how fast leveling is now. It's actually been faster in the past, and slower, and faster, and slower. Because they keep doing this. And yeah, BFA was actually pretty terrible when it came to leveling. No, BFA, so let me explain that a little bit. They did an adjustment on the X curve in BFA, so going from 1 all the way up to whatever the level was at the time. I think it was 110. No, it was 120. It was 120. Was awful. So, that sucked. And then, if you remember, in mid-BFA, they did another change, another patch, which helped smooth that out into Shadowlands. But Shadowlands had its own issues. And you're probably thinking, oh, so Shadowlands was too fast then. Well, yes, until you got to Shadowlands, at which point leveling through Shadowlands themselves was actually too slow. Anyways. I was right to trust your instincts. I wager this won't be the last time. I actually don't remember the exact patch, Spartan. I'd have to look it up. You found you out fair and square, Tobly. I'm glad she did. Would have been a pity had her bid ended here.
Deducing the Dawnservant's Elector was the first step of the feat. Too simple a task for this aspiring ruler, eh?
Right. Not hard at all. Zorolja.
I am told the head ledger, Tobly, is to be found here.
You have to guess which one of us is Tobly. That's part of the test.
You're Tobly.
Jesus Christ. Giving it all away. God damn, people. Also, so we dealt with the bully, now we deal with the brute.
Without even asking a single question. Very impressive indeed. With that amusing prologue out of the way, we can proceed to the actual challenge. Per the Dawnservant's instructions, I was free to devise any manner of feat. I considered the number of possibilities in the 10th column. But I think I have a good one. You must go forth and capture for me an alpaca.
No!
While I've not had the best experiences with alpacas, aren't they generally docile creatures? That doesn't sound like much of a challenge.
Bring out the example! This is a special kind of alpaca. Would you please approach the animal, Third Promise?
Who? Me? Well, it should stay calm if I stay calm, right? That's what Erinville said. The little monster spat on me!
Not in the face, too.
Oh, that stinks. I can't.
Alpacas are paradoxical creatures, being both extremely curious and extremely cowardly. Press your luck when they're frightened, and you'll get a face full of spit, as you've all just witnessed.
Someone res her, real quick.
Has an awful stench, their expectoration. The globs contain half-digested food, you see, making it an effective deterrent against perceived threats.
Wild valley braid like this one are especially timid and can therefore be quick to lash out. They're also especially hardy.
Indeed. We take the rugged wild alpacas and breed them with our gentle domesticated stock. This produces the strong but beatable pack animals prized by our traveling merchants.
That's all well and good, but did I need to bathe an alpaca spit for you to make your point?
So, the task is to catch a wild alpaca.
That is correct. But be warned that it is a feat easier said than done. I suggest you prepare well before you enter the valley where the creatures dwell. And by you, I mean the claimants only. Allies are not permitted to assist with the catching.
Okay.
The alpacas will help me judge which of you is worthy of receiving a keystone.
We're up to 5 on that one? Unless I'm using the wrong counter. I am using the wrong counter. Yeah, we're up to 6. Sorry.
So I'm to chase down a fluffy, spitting demon, and that somehow proves I'm fit to rule?
As I said, the Dawn Servant granted me the freedom to decide my challenge. And when you reach the end of the ride, I dare say you will understand why I chose what I chose.
Very well. This won't take long.
Wait! Didn't I warn you this was easier said than done? There are preparations to be made, factors to consider.
A beast is a beast. All yield to strength.
Yeah, nice guy. Hope we kill him
So far,
someday.
this experience has done absolutely nothing to improve my opinion of alpacas.
In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if both him and the bully are boss fights. Not sure about the geek. I could see that going south in a
That doesn't
hurry.
mean I can't do this. Revolting spit aside, they're just another animal.
I could see that, Spartan.
Are you all right, Urqopacha? We thought we heard you scream.
Now, I hope Urqopacha isn't a boss, because then we'd murder her.
The third promise does not scream. It was more of a startled yelp.
Yeah, we call that a scream.
Scream, in other words.
Thank you, Aaronville. Why am I just Aaronville this expansion?
Did you find the Elector?
Oh, we certainly did.
Hi, Connect Scout. Because he's a bunny person. Oh my god, I can't think of the name of it. Why? Huh. So Ark's in the game. I was impressed with how easily Zoraljal found Tobli, but also sort of frightened. Done my duty and assigned the claimants their feet. The rest is up to them. Yeah, Sega sold another couple of companies, Trihexia. That's like the 5th, I think? Total company, well, 4th and 5th companies they've sold this year. Judging by the volume of Urqopacha's scream, Alpaca expiration must have a nasty odor indeed. I'm content to remain ignorant of the smell. Zoraljal puts me in mind of Garlemald's own exalted son. Of the two, though, Xenos was undeniably more arrogant. I don't know, at least we could bang Xenos. Just their sought-after elector. I did say remaining calm was key, but the same rules don't apply to wild alpacas. Pax, I swear to God, if that thing... Or Pax. Rax! I swear to God, if that thing spits on me, I'm going to kill you. Just a heads up. I had to go and wash that nasty stuff off my face. I think I got all of it. But would you mind taking a sniff for me? I am not sniffing your face. Oh, no, I hadn't heard about that, Sharks. Still 645 gear. Yep, it's bile. And half-digested stuff in the bile. As Urqopacha helped demonstrate, the Valley Alpaca are wary of people. Getting close enough to catch one will not be an easy task. You would have warned me about that earlier. I have enough trouble with tame alpacas. You expect me to wrangle a wild one? With the proper saddle, we infuse the leather with a relaxing scent that soothes the spitting beast. Wonderful. Give me one of those, then. Have you forgotten the clan of merchants? If you want a taming saddle, you'll need to find the saddler and make them an offer. They don't come cheap, of course. Crafting a saddle will cost you the equivalent of a 10 pel. In the thousands column. 10,000? I don't have that kind of coin. Converting together, that comes around $1 million or so. Maybe if we all pitch in. I am not giving you $1 million, Gil. I could, but I'm not going to. No, this is my feat to accomplish. I wouldn't feel right about having others pay the cost. I'll find the money somehow. In that case... that basket of wool is worth the sum you paid me earlier. 1 pel in the hundreds column. Beginning with the wool, you can trade for ever more valuable goods until you have something suitable to bargain with for the saddle. Nice gesture, but you think I could turn 100 pel into $1 million? That's 10,000 times more. We need 10,000 pel, not $1 million, so we're looking at 100 times more. Right, I panicked. I got confused with Alphino's million gil. Not so sure about this trading idea. You almost talked into buying a cloak you didn't need moments after you arrived. I hate it when you're right. Help me help you with your deal making. Hello again. Mablu. I work as a ranch hand, but I've also learned a lot about the peddler profession. It's alright if I aid them now, yes? I guided the claimants towards the first step of the feat, like you asked. As long as Urqopacha goes alone to capture her alpaca, she's free to accept assistance from whoever she likes. Hooray! Let's see about getting you that saddle, then. I don't know why you made your offer. Yeah, maybe find out why she's making that offer first, just as a thought. No? Okay. Yeah, you stay here to pitch in with the ranch work. With Bablugan, I'll need extra hands to tend to the alpacas. Lore, you should go with Urqopacha and split up the party yet again. Let's jot down another party split here. You should also hold on to the alpaca wool. If it's misplaced or soiled, you'll have nothing to bargain with. As if I do such a thing. But I'll leave the wool with Lore anyways. Better to keep my hands free. I mean, I guess that's true, but well, to begin with, I suggest we try trading the wool to Havli, the saddler. He won't agree to the deal, of course, but it'll give an idea how much he'll accept for his wares. Oh, time to go kill her and Zeralja. Ugh, I kill so many people. So it looks like we've given a different amount of voice acting negatives across the expansion so far. So negative to Mr. Red's voice acting here. Oh, well, that sounds mean. I don't actually mean that, Mr. Red. Negative to Mr. Red's lack of voice acting. There we go. Much better, much better. Bragwin, of course, has a voice actor. And its name is Nami. Thank you, Nami. As always. Remember, you can put that towards genres, instead of just dealer's choice, if you prefer. That's up to you. Well, so far, I'm not feeling the positives from music, to be honest with you, Spartan. We can debate it. Because the music in the main city is so atrocious, I've taken out my headphones every time I've gone back into it. I mean, it's amazing and wonderful, obviously, but it's hard to gauge jazz in terms of quality. I don't like jazz, and jazz literally hurts my ears. So, story. There is one song I like in Persona 5 that is jazz. Words. Okay. Hello there. Tell me, friend, are you not curious about the vibrant carmine hue of our traditional wear? A shade this vivid can only be brought out through application of an age-old dyeing technique. Help me out, and I'll tell you all about it. In the hills southwest of here, you can reach by exiting from the nearby gate. There are a few spots where sapped nodo cactuars are commonly found. I'd like you to collect precisely 2 of them for me. Why not? I've prepared 2 remarkably thick sacks that should get the job done. I appreciate your assistance. I mean, that's true. Play your fault. Okay, Nami, that's not a dealer's choice or a genre, but I'll take it. PMD block. And then also dealer's choice. So you must be the artisan from Tuliolo. You're right on time. Actually, there'll be 2 dealer's choices, wouldn't it? So that's PMD block, dealer's choice, dealer's choice. The damage the caravans sustained from the storm must be evaluated. There's that storm again. As soon as possible, so I must ask you to begin your inspection immediately. I'm sure you know this well enough, but be sure to check whether any of the frames have been cracked, canopies ripped, or balloons on either side punctured. We cannot move the caravans until we know they're safe. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, von Falkenstein. Alright, so I have a question for everyone who has not played this expansion. So if you have played this expansion, no comments, okay? For those of you who have not played this expansion, do you think the storm is just flavor lore, developing the background? Or do you think it's foreshadowing and it's related to the main story plot? I have my own suspicion on the matter, and I think I've decided what my own prediction is. Lord knows I've been wrong a lot this year, so I might as well add to the pile. Provoking black clouds in isolation, I mean. The question, so there's this big storm that happened while we were crossing the ocean. All 3 zones we've done so far have referenced this storm repeatedly. Now, that makes sense. It was a big, violent storm, and it messed up the region. Duh. The question is, do you think that's just some flavor lore, tsunami season, right? You know, just helping to establish the region. Or do you think that that's directly related to some plot thing? Like a weather control device or an evil storm elemental or something, right? Storm Elemental, maybe. I also admit right now is the wrong time to ask me if I like the music, because I kind of hate this song. The town song. Because we heard this in the other town, too. Interesting. Sorry, I probably should have read that out loud. Basically, Koana brought the ideas of the Chocobo caravans from Eorzean. That's why they look similar. Here's your summary. Let's just get out of town very, very slowly. We'll see. This is FF14. I'm sure there's going to be some good music in this game. Like, come on. Even FF16 had good music. Once, twice, yeah. Anyways, see, that's the thing. In a lot of games, it would be obvious foreshadowing. But this is a game that pays attention to its internal continuity and world building sufficient that it might just be, hey, a tsunami just hit, so obviously everyone's still dealing with it. Essentially, duh, you know? Yeah, storms just happen. That is a thing. It's also a good way to establish several bits of world building. For example, a lot of the side quests, almost all the side quests actually, that we dealt with over in the zone I'm not even going to try to pronounce right now, because I don't have it in front of me to actually read it. It was dealing with the consequences of said storm, and how that mattered for them, how they live, how they build, how they have food, you know, little stuff like that. Okay, is it just, did they just shrink the range on interactions? Look at this. I don't know why it isn't working sometimes. He was doing that earlier, too. Let's see if I just get right on his face. See if that'll just fix it. Nope. Look at this. I am right on him. Okay, so we're going to walk away. We'll walk back. And it just works. I don't know what I'm doing to suddenly make it work. That is such a weird bug. It's okay, WoW has a really weird bug right now as of this most recent patch. It's actually funny. So, I can't really demonstrate it properly, but like, let's say for a moment that Bragwin's in my party here. Hi, and she's visible on the mini-map and the map, right? The thing is, let's say I get further enough away to the point where she's no longer like right in my immediate range. All of a sudden, on the map, she's over here, off in the ocean. No matter where she actually is. is a very recent bug, which is very irritating when you're in a group. He's like, I'll just go towards the spot I'm going towards. And then a little bit in, you realize you're going towards the ocean. Yeah, I've actually got... The only comments I've gotten on this run so far are people commenting on my dislike of the Final Days problem. So, shrug? I do agree that it's going to be a negative overall, but I think it's more for the fact that the Final Days is, let's call it weirdly convenient, rather than they just don't acknowledge it being here. Because them not acknowledging it being here makes sense, but the reason why it makes sense is kind of bullcrap. So, for the bullcrap, we give the negative. And we'll just move on from there. Is that bulge in the sax what I think it is? Why, yes. Wonderful, my friend. Wonderful. Frail as I am, I never could have hoped to carry back these oversized succulents. As agreed, I will share with you the secrets of our dyeing technique. Tell me, did you notice that this is taking too long to pull up? Come on, stop! What is taking so long? There we go. Probably, but I don't feel like editing 15 documents right now, Blade 12. So we're going to put it here for right now. Tell me, did you notice the little bits of red on their cuticles as you packed them into the sacks? It's nothing to be alarmed about, but those are in fact parasites. Once infested by the Vilekin, the Nodocactuar gradually weaken. Eventually they wander away from the prickly piers and settle in the southwestern hills, though it's not entirely clear if this migration is of their own volition. When we found a Nodocactuar completely sapped to strength, we brushed the parasites ailing it into a bag, dry them, and crush them to extract the carmine within. That's extremely gross. I'm sure using insects to create dye may seem unusual, but when living in parched lands with sparse vegetation, one must develop a deep and rich understanding of all that's available. Deep and rich like the red of our dye. I mean, if you ever want to be grossed out, just look into dye production in real life. Or food. Both are pretty gross. I do like how nobody knows who we are, as weird as that sounds. As pointed out before, we really should be in the background, you know? Something I can do for you? We've come to bargain. Dormammu, I need one of your special taming saddles to catch a wild alpaca. The saddle isn't how you'd be paying for it. With this fine alpaca wool. What use does a saddle maker have for wool? Besides, this would barely cover the cost of a single strap buckle. Offer me something I actually want. Yeah, but that's what... Okay. And what might that be? Mezcal. I like to nurse a cup. You want to... You know what? No, I'm going to take back that complaint. Alcohol can get extraordinarily expensive. And that's before you get to the good stuff. So, I like to nurse a cup at day's end when I've inspected my finished work. Bring me a jug of the quality stuff and you got yourselves a deal. This bodes well for us. Such mezcal can be had for only 5 pel in the thousands column. Which one, Luke? The Tobly one? Hold on, did you say third promise? Then my offer has changed. That saddle's going to cost you a jug of premium mezcal, aged 3 years at least. 3 years? That stuff is valued at 10,000 pel. Why have you doubled the price? Because I must support the man of ambition who will see my business prosper. Zeralja will go to war, and his cavalry will need saddles. Lots of saddles. Thank you, Loke. I agree, by the way. I do like the Tobli outfit. I like a lot of the costumes in this particular expansion. Speaking of which, I should jot that down. Can't say I blame him. I'm known for championing peace, and peace is unlikely to bring him more customers. How inconvenient for him. Those of our grandparents' generation remember the dark days when the clans were at war. Many of these Pelu pray for our victory, Urqopacha. The younger ones, though, to them, strife and bloodshed are as children's stories. They think themselves safe from horrors and take the peace we now enjoy for granted. Still others are unsatisfied with quiet prosperity and crave future the second promise in visions. They've become obsessed with innovations like dirigibles that have made trade swift and easy. Then you have those like Havli, convinced the first promise's plans for conquest will afford them opportunities for profit. What about you, Mablu? Aren't you of a younger generation? At least a year or two younger than me, I'd say. I was raised on the old tales. I've memorized the accounts of what it was like when the Yokwoi ruled our village. That's why I offer to help. I want you to become Dawn Servant, to keep our nation from going back the way it was. Yeah, let's not be regressives. Can we not be the regressive party? Can we do that? Oh, but I guess I'd better make sure I win the contest. The type of mezcal the Saddlemaker wants is so very expensive. Weren't we expecting to need 10,000 pel from the offset? Nothing's changed, we just need to get on with it. I may not have a head for a trade or a stomach for alpacas, but I will not give up with peace for Tuliolo on the line. Neither will I. We will make you Dawn Servant. Aiming for 10,000 pel jug right away will only bring us failure and frustration. So let's try exchanging the wool for anything with even a touch more value. The trick is to find someone who needs alpaca wool and willing to trade at a loss to acquire it. Someone who supports your bid to the throne, for instance. Yep, I had the same thought. Yeah, I've been noticing that, Blade Taval. At first glance, I thought they were going to be our local Lalafels, but no. Wait a minute. Is this place... is that not on the list? God, I don't think it's on the list. Oh, there it is. Is this place Delfino Island? I can't remember the direction he was going, but for now, let's head back to the road where we first met him. Actually, this song, unironically, would fit Toliolo, I think. No joking, no memeing or whatever. Objection! Overruled. This is the spot. After Boldnock talked to us, he walked to the south. Probably going to Ikulvo's Inn. Most people, visitors to watch in Pelo end up staying there. Let's go, shall we? Yeah, I know I'm rather unfond of jazz, but ignoring my own personal preference for a second, jazz was a very weird pick for that. Yeah, I was picturing South American, you know, when we first saw that trailer. Because I'm pretty sure I watched it live on camera with you guys. And I was just picturing that kind of Mesoamerican kind of a thing. Instead of jazz. We look at the music. Why'd you do it? Alright, nope, okay. Although, I love the stalls. Look, it's still America, right? That counts. Just like how Europe is just one place, right? I suppose that's true, Blade Javal. And admittedly, as much as I don't care for it, jazz does usually mean cosmopolitan. Again, I mentioned earlier, it felt like the big city to me, Forside. And that's kind of the vibe there. So, okay, I can see it. Negative to music. Sorry. See, people would revolt if I gave a negative to music for jazz. Actually, yeah. No, I can see that, Rex. I don't know how long it's going to take me, Spartan. Kill me, Kratos. Kill me. Sorry. Speaking of colorful, I will say this: their outfits are very Mesoamerican, very, very bright, very, very clashing, but like in a designed way, in a good way. Well, good. I guess it's relative. That's probably why they use so much FF10 inspiration for this place, because FF10's visual design is actually very Middle American and Southern American. Ceruleum Relictum. You can actually see a ceruleum pump on the back there. See it? And those jugs are actually the engines pumping it. Unless I'm wrong, in which case ignore me. Can I have that basket? Yeah, sure. Sorry, yeah, in FF6 it is steam power. Sorry, I don't know why I was thinking FF14. I don't see why not, Mad Overlord. I mean, don't like to mistake me, I do like the black and white look, but color's fine. I mean, Dazar'alor is just gorgeous, Spartan. I'm trying very hard not to gauge this area against Dazar'alor, because that's unfair. At that point. I would promise, you wish to do business with me? Might I ask what this is all about? Explain. Their weapons are magic. Their weapons are magitech, to be slightly more accurate. But the powering of the mechanisms is steam power. So the goal is to turn that basket of wool into a jug of 3-year-old premium mezcal. Allow me to invest in your efforts. No, Dakota. They drain You know what? I'm not going to spoil FF6's plot. They drain magic and dump that into batteries which are designed to then replicate and store magical energy, just raw magical energy, and then pump it out in certain specific outcomes, which is how magic armor gets their frickin' beams, for example. Peace in Tyrol is what allows me to cross freely into the lands of my suppliers. Naturally, I prefer the one that pledged to preserve peace to win the throne. Thus do I humbly offer you this wool poncho, a small token I pray contributes to your victory. Oh, that's fine craftsmanship. A garment like that would usually fetch 5 pel in the hundreds column. Very generous. Thank you. I promise I won't let you down. I have every faith in your third promise. May fortune bless your future dealings. Actually, a surprisingly large number of FFs have to do with, I mean, environmentalism in general, but also specifically, like, non-renewable energy sources. can't believe you quintupled your investment with your first deal. We're off to a spectacular start. Like his Laura remembered our Weaver friend. All I did was hand over the wool. That's not true. The connections you build with people are vital. It's one of the most fundamental precepts of trading. Yep, everyone in chat. This is not a joke. This is not a meme. What is the most valuable resource in the world? Customer trust. Now let's take our 500 pill poncho and trade it for something even more valuable. Here, Laura, you take the poncho. If I lost it somehow, Erenvel would never let me hear the end of it. Time is the ultimate currency, but it's not really a resource, especially since you can't even spend it properly. You also cannot gain time. It is impossible to do so. What? I was reminded of it. I was reminded of it recently because, for reasons I don't want to go into right now, I was refreshing myself in a couple of economic courses, and one of them was talking about when you break down all trade, I'll break it all the way down to its fundamental level. At the very, very bottom of everything is customer trust. Customer trust is why the dollar is valued at $1. Customer trust is why people are willing to make trades at all. Oh, hello. Customer trust is why you give me money and I give you something that hopefully is entertainment. You know, it's every single economic transaction that can exist boils down to customer trust. Like, the very concept of currency depends on trust. It's also, in a less esoteric sense, something that is very hard to build up and very easy to lose. Yeah, exactly, Blade to Ball. Sure thing, Trihexia. Apparently, it is going to be a good film. Also, they're making another Tron film? But yeah, like, I don't want to go too much into it because most people in chat have probably never had to deal with this. But some countries in the world, even now, but especially historically speaking, there's been so little trust in those countries that's why economic systems have collapsed in on themselves. Obviously, Argentina is the easy target there to pick on, but this has been true for a lot of times in a lot of regions. Yeah, Great Britain has currently been having issues. One of the reasons the pound has so universally been considered so valuable of a currency to trade in globally was because people trusted in the pound for decades, if not centuries. And that's finally starting to dip, which is why the pound isn't doing as well as it used to. Stuff like that, right? Trust. You need to trust that this money means something, that you're going to get what you're actually trying to pay for, and like a dozen other things surrounding that individual transaction. Leveraging connections is a sound strategy, but we should also consider supply and demand. An individual in urgent need of a good poncho will offer more than a merchant simply looking to stock his shelves. That makes sense. How do we know if someone needs a poncho? They have a fabulous sense of style. Nice sturdy poncho, but the design is traditional. I don't think fashion is part of the appeal. So only those with a practical need would be interested. I like ponchos. Wait, that's the obvious answer, isn't it? We look for a person without a poncho and hope they're eager to buy. So where are we going to search for prospective buyers? Well, there are any number of places, but we could do worse than starting right here at the end. There might be interested travelers. Father, can I just say I'm already loving this story arc too? This is so the kind of thing I'm down for. Not even joking. I mean, obviously trade is kind of my bag, but no. Like, what we're doing right now is we're helping someone go get an alpaca. I mean, I don't know what else to add to that, right? This is so bare bones, like ground floor stuff, and I'm completely in favor of it. Yeah, no world-ending threat. We're not, like, destroying... There's not going to be a moon that's going to collide with the planet or anything like that. No. It's just, all right. Let's trade up so we can get a saddle so we can go get an alpaca. Meanwhile, the asshole's over there just beating up alpaca. Sir, suffer me now. And yeah, each one of these has been very cultural. This might be another triple MSQ positive. Let me jot down some thoughts here. Okay, so, who needs a poncho? You need a poncho! Oh. God dang it. Whatever. It's... Okay, so this is funny. It's a little too dark. So I'm having trouble seeing what they have equipped. So, let me get really close to my screen here. So it's probably not going to be the sword and board guy, right? So let's go with you. That one's armed. Could Dopro be a courier? Could it be a Dopro courier? I've never seen them flying with their wivras. Those type aren't fond of excessive clothing either. So that's a no. Go with this one. No coat or cloak, but no weapon. We might have a winner. Couldn't tell which one was armed. You're not a mercenary by trade, right? I was curious about your bold choice of dress, or lack thereof. Oh, it was no choice of mine, believe me. I was attacked by beasts on the way here and barely escaped with my scales intact. My coat was not so lucky. I'm actually a toolmaker from Tuliolo, and was dressed quite smartly. All the better to show Pello I'm a man who takes pride in his appearance, and therefore his work as well. But now look at me. I mean, I guess that's true, little one. There's a bit of relative scale here, but I'm still completely down for the fact that it's like, alright, let's go ahead and deal with this. Sir, this is your lucky day. What a splendid poncho. This would be perfect replacement for the coat I lost. Would you be willing to part it if you make a trade for one of your fine tools, perhaps? What about this hatchet? I crafted it myself, and will vouch for its quality. Yeah, this is something I've hammered on for literal years at this point. Just because you've decreased the scope of the stakes doesn't mean you've decreased the intensity of the stakes. Someone, it sounds like a cliche, but someone who's really, really worried about getting a dinner party for their boss from work can have just as high of stakes as stopping something that's going to destroy the planet. It's just, you know, different scope, right? So, this blade looks sharp, the haft well made. I'd value it 1 pel in the thousands column. 500 to 1,000. We have a deal. Wonderful. A fine garment like this would put me on even footing with any pellet merchant. Like the eponymous owner of Miplu's mate garden, for one. Her field hands use hatchets to harvest the mate, and I thought to impress her with the wool I sold you. No matter, I have other wares to sell. Glad to have met you. Hear that? We've already found our next buyer. To Miplu's mate garden we go. That's a fair distance. We should take alpacas. Do we have to? These ones will be the calm type, right? And yes, I totally can play 12. I'm also with Mad Overlord. Zoralja's plan is... he's playing a 4X game. And that's fun and all, but, like, it doesn't work that way. He's going to have to spend literal years arming. Like, arming is a thing, you know? You have to train, you have to recruit, you have to pay, you have to get arms, you have to get armament, and then you have to get transportation, then you have to figure out logistics, then you have to mobilize once you've got all that going. Oh, speaking of which, you also have to figure out travel, because you're not just going to march an army on foot, are you? They'll see you coming a mile away and they'll have things ready to do. No. So there's so much that needs to be done to militarize before he can even start conquering. Where's the money going to come from to do that initial armament program? Now, you're probably thinking he could probably swing it and just go massively in debt. And you're right, but the problem there is that would almost assuredly turn that initial army into a marauding army. He would almost have to start pillaging every place he took in order to be able to pay off his immediate debts, which means those pillaged places are not going to be particularly valuable conquests. So, ruining the countryside to pay off the debts to be able to get the army in order to do the task he hasn't even started doing yet. Do I think he'd be averse to pillaging? No, but you get my overall point, right? Like, this is the path that he has set himself upon. Well done, recognizing that Toolmaker is a potential customer. If you have a mind to change professions, you make an excellent merchant. Thank you. Before we get moving, you should be the one to hold this. With that, I suppose we should hop on the alpacas Mablu has so kindly provided. Do we have to? Ah! Please don't spit, please don't spit, please don't spit. You're fine, these ones are accustomed to people. I still don't trust them. You have a knack for riding, no matter what you say. Without our alpaca friends, the Pelu would never become traveling merchants. Can you imagine walking all the way across Tyrol? Yes. I swear the mountains is too tall to be real. Wokor Zamor? Wasn't that the name? A forbidding sight, isn't it? One I'd never appreciated up close. War alpacas. They just spit. You have to take the long way around the cliffs to get there, to the highlands belonging to the Yakwoi. I don't think I forgot about that tidbit, too. Giants conquered half their way across the continent, stopped, turned around, nobody knows why. Uh-huh, yeah, I noticed that. So, Mablu, you said you were learning about the peddler profession. You don't care for ranch work? No, I love it. I love working with the alpacas. But becoming a peddler's always been a dream of mine. I'm just not sure I have the talent for it. If I can help you buy the taming saddle, though, that'll be proof I can do this after all. In that case, you get ready to be a merchant. Oh, sorry, little boy. Sorry. I'll stop doing that. Legitimately, yes, Dakota. And then we take all their stuff, Bladefall. Made it, and without a single smelly incident. I sent the alpacas back to Ikulvo's inn, so we'll walk around the main road when we return to the village. Speaking of roads to travel, you were adopted by the Dawntrail, weren't you, Third Promise? That I was. Perhaps you'll understand, I was an orphan too, you see. Tobli took me in. He took all the ranchins in, actually. All of them? Yes, everyone works hard at their chores, grateful for the opportunity to repay the head ledger's generosity, yet here I am, the only one wanting to go off and be a merchant. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm telling you this. We need to keep trading things for your saddle if you're prepared to prepare for the feat of gold. As it's mate harvesting season, they can't have too many quality hatchets. Add that to Wuklamat's way of people, and we should have no trouble making a favorable deal. That's Miplu herself over there. Pass the hatchet to the Third Promise. Let's get to bargaining. Yes. Mr. Jaja walks up. You take this hatchet! You give me better thing than hatchet. I've got this pebble. Is pebble better than hatchet? Yes. Yes! We have traded for pebble. Now we go find someone, get pebble. And he just trades like 8 times randomly for absolutely no, like they're just jumping up and down in value. And he's like, okay, I have traded 8 times. That is enough times to trade. Give me satchel. Or saddle. Not a satchel. Different thing. Give me money. Shake, shake, shake. You have the little axe for me? Here you go. A finely crafted hatchet you received in trade for a wool poncho, worth 1 pel in the thousands column. Oh, let's see what we can get for it. You're Miplu, the owner of these fields? I have a mind to trade if you're interested. No, I know FML. It makes sense. It's just dumb. I'm sorry. I don't think you can convince me down from that negative. In fact, I'm astonished that I'm only giving one negative to it. Because it's really, really dumb. But... because it's like... Really? We're going to introduce this galactic-level apocalypse, but it's okay. It's slow. Sorry. I'm getting off topic. The third promise. I might be convinced to entertain a proposal. What do you have to offer? This hatchet, forged by his seasoned artisan. The razor edge of this exceptional tool will make light work of your crops. The quality is acceptable, I suppose. I offer you a large sack of mate leaves. A sack of mate leaves is 1 pel in the thousands column. The same price as the hatchet. This deal will bring us no closer to the mezcal. If I may, it's harvesting season, is it not? Does not the demand for hatchets afford them a higher value? It is in the season, which is why I procured an ample batch of tools well in advance. We've missed the window for demand. In that case, we'll have to fall back on connections. Think of it this way. Don't say that out loud. A generous deal here will put you in the third promise's good graces. Surely that's worthy of consideration. I do not wish to give offense, but I must tell you that I stand with the second promise. His innovations will improve every aspect of our lives, I believe, including farming. I will no longer have need of hatchets. I assure you I have nothing but respect for Urqopacha. That's why I'm prepared to purchase a spare hatchet at a fair price. It is fair given your reasons, but we ourselves would be no better off with the transaction. Not necessarily. How about this, then? If we were to help bring in your harvest, would you give us a better deal? As a matter of fact, I would. Until Kawana's reforms come about, I can always use more hands in the fields. Then add our labor to the bargain. Adding value to tip the scales. How could I have ever forgotten one of the most basic rules of trading? You can rest here if you like. Laura and I have a mate together. No, I'm helping too. I would really love it. Like, if Dakota kind of hinted at this earlier, I would really love it if they just kind of casually emphasized how superhuman we are in these kind of quests. Like, imagine, you know, Urqopacha's there and she's like, ugh, and it cuts to us and we've got 4. Just on one arm, you know. 4 whole bushels or whatever. And yeah, it's like, all right, we're going to clear this field. And she's like, and they're like, it cuts to them and like, yeah, and it cuts to me. Whoosh! As a Lalafell. Yep. Superhuman. No, you are right. You are right, FML. I shouldn't speak so negatively. I apologize. I'm not doing great. Because you're right, I don't particularly want them to have a world-affecting apocalypse either. It's actually one of my biggest negatives for Endwalker, is that the apocalypse was too apocalyptic-y, right? It was too much. It actually bothered me in several respects. And the nature of how they built it up was so horrifying and so grand in scale that it actually hurt the narrative, in my opinion. Something I mentioned back in Endwalker. But that is what they did. That is the nature of the apocalypse they put into the setting. Like, you can almost feel the writers being like, okay, we want this to be horrible and terrible and destructive and permanent and awful, but hang on, it can't be that bad. So let's slow it down a little bit. Let's write in an excuse for why it doesn't just sweep the whole planet. Because, yeah, if you remember, I actually talked about this during the Endwalker run, that it probably should have been worse than it was, right? Like, it cascades so quick and so rapid fire that it probably should have been, like, in a matter of days, there we go, there's civilization. But it didn't. Not that I'm sad about that, it's just, you know. Anyways, I'm getting off topic. Matsuya's run is still the best cutscene in this entire game, I'm sorry. Anyways, No. I apologize, Spartan. I shouldn't actually keep talking about it. It's just kind of immediately relevant here. But it's such a good zone, Era. It's the best questing zone in ARR. I suppose, Loke? I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if that was true. Sure, little Billy. So, okay. So let's talk about despair. Despair is infectious, right? Let's say there's 100 people in a room and they're all fine, okay? Then one of them falls over dead from despair, but nobody knows that. So the people nearest that person are going to be like, oh my God, what happened to them? And they're going to get more freaked out. Them being freaked out is going to cause more issues for them, which is probably going to cause at least one of them to succumb to despair and thunk. Now you've got two. Now they're sufficiently freaked out because now two people have fallen over in the immediate proximity to them. And people further out are getting even more freaked out as well. So now you have like 4 or 5 or 8 people. Thunk. And now everyone nearby, and it's just going to spread. That's not like magic. That's not the rules. That's not the final days. That's logic. That's people. That's psychology. The despair wave, yeah, despair is literally contagious. It's one of the reasons mob mentality in real life is so terrifying. Is because a mob will turn into a group. Sorry, let me say that more clearly. A group of people can turn into a mob with a stone, right? And that's not even just presumption. We have plenty of examples historically where one person with one gun or one rock or one sword has turned a group of people into a mob because despair spreads like crazy. Fear spreads like crazy, and it turns into a riot. Except in this case, the despair has a little bit more of a tangible consequence other than just this. Yeah, we actually did see this happening at Radz-at-Han, and if it wasn't for someone being there, avoiding names for the moment, that should have been the end of that city right then and there. That should have spread like wildfire, like that. But thankfully there was someone there, so it didn't. So that's why I'm saying that. I'm not saying like the despair wave is like at 32:52 p.m. it will be at this exact location. Will it be both characters? Yes, same way we did it last time. But don't worry, it won't really be 2 runs. It'll be more like 1 1/10 runs. In fact, I might not even complete the second run entirely. Just like last time. A full kill route is very quick in Dishonored 2. I should know. We did that last time. Anyways, I have nothing else to add to the discussion. Negative to story. 1 negative to story. Moving on. You brought me some leaves then. Yep, here you go. An acceptable harvest. We'll see how your companions fared before I make any decisions, though. Acceptable. Yeah, we brought our share as well. God damn it, little Billy. Fine, 3 negatives to story, just for you, little Billy. I honestly don't think you can convince me on this. I'm sorry, I don't mean to sound so negative, but we've already talked this topic around like 5 or 6 times across 2 days. All you've done is convince me that I should give more negatives to it, not less. Oh my God, look at those wheels. Actually, hang on. So 2 things. First of all, those wheels. But second of all, did you notice that the wood texture is better than the one in FF16? It's not super high res, but it's still higher res. Thank you, Third Province. This is more than enough to hold up your end of the bargain. Now it's time to undermine. After adding the value of your labor to the price of the hatchet, I am prepared to offer you a full sack of our highest grade mate leaves. Isn't that what we did last time? That is what we did last time to me. We're probably going to switch that. Have her be the stealth and him be the kill. Premium mate. 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 Sorry. Look, I didn't make English, okay? Premium mate. Bought at the shop. 1 sack of those leaves could cost no less than 5 pel in the thousands column. Then we can bid farewell to this hatchet. I'll give it a good home. Talk of the conscience aside, I'm glad we could come to a mutually agreeable trade. As am I. All the best with the rest of your harvest. I shouldn't say that. I don't want to discourage people from disagreeing with me. Feel free to continue to disagree with me. Unlike some people in the world right now, I'm actually okay with that. Mablu, what's wrong? As I was saying before, even after everything Tobli's done for me, I'm planning to abandon it all and become a merchant. But then I needed your help to forget, but then I needed your help after forgetting a basic rule of trade. How can I expect Tobli to accept my decision then? I like that too, Blade Tavol. I've been liking the Pelo Pelo a lot. They really are better Ferengi. Have you mentioned your plans to leave? Thank you, FML. Not exactly. I wanted to prove I could be a succeed as a peddler before I declared my intentions. Yes, my will is the only will in the world. Oh, sorry. I seek to follow in my father's footsteps, not because he expects it of me. I want to preserve Tural's peace, and becoming Dawn Servant happens to be the best way to do it. Has Urqopacha grown on me? No. You should give a life of your own You should live a life of your own choosing, and I wouldn't be surprised if Tobli held the same opinion, so talk to him. You're right. It's better to find out for sure than worry over what he might say. Thank you for the advice. But first, we have a saddle to buy. I want my success under my belt so I can be sure of my decision. What's next, then? Try to leave for something halfway to 10,000 pel? No, I think we're close enough now. Let's go straight for the premium mezcal. Yeah, no, the problem is, I can see where her character arc might go, but it hasn't gone there yet. And that's where I'm at with this. She's still a teenager, and even a well-written teenager is still a teenager. And yeah, we haven't had a lot of really strong character moments for her. She's done good playing off of the regions we've been going through, but really the main characters of both zones we've done has been the region, the culture, the people, right? It's far more about the Hanu and the Pelu than it is about her. And yeah, we haven't even done the first dungeon yet, for God's sakes. Anyway, sorry, so you just said, am I really holding my own against Amulja? Or, not Amulja. The other one. Zoraljal and Koana. I mean, of course I am. I'm Urqopacha of the Dawn's Promise, after all. I haven't decided about the voice actress yet. I'm still torn on that. Excellent trade. Which is funny, because that's exactly what they were designed to be in that Overlord. Yeah, it's a good way to put that, Melkor Blade. This is an easy triple. I'm just going to put this up. And hang on. Little Billy did want to bring up something else. Let me scroll up the chat here. Let's see. Little Billy says, Dear Lore, you suck and you're literally Hitler. May the hand of the devil himself strike you down. Sincerely, Grandma. No, I agree, Little Billy, completely. There's something that I've actually disliked for years about this game is a total lack of acknowledgement about our class. I get it. I do. I understand completely how much additional work it would be to acknowledge class in these quests. I just think they should. I think that's worth the time and effort, even if it's just flavor things like Little Billy just suggested. The specific suggestion Little Billy just said, and I'll just show it off. Oh, I can't fly! But there's a ether current up there. Is, yeah, imagine if I just switched to my botanist for this quest right here, and went out here. I was like, all right, swoop! And just the quest was so much quicker or better or faster or easier, whatever, because I switched to my botanist, because I had a botanist at level. Shunk! Right? That's a minor thing, and it doesn't really change anything. But it probably should be the kind of thing that exists in a game like this. Especially since, canonically, we do have the ability to be multiple classes. We can swap classes in lore, right? Now, I know you hate it when I talk about WoW. WoW has had this same problem for a very, very long time. The only real exception to that has been Legion and War Within. War Within has started adding little bits of flavor lore, like what I was just talking about, peppered periodically. Let me use a random example. As you're going through the second zone in War Within, you get a quest, but only if you're a mage. And it's specifically a quest for, I think it's an innkeeper, where they're like, hey, you know, I'm having trouble with my food stocks, and this is going to be a really dry season. I'm not sure what to do about it. Please help if you can. Well, mages have conjure food. So, zhung, thank you very much, right? And that's actually cool that they have that little tiny acknowledgement of the fact that you are playing a mage. It's not much, but it's there. Another example of that, I can give a specific example, same zone, by the way, is if you're playing a demon hunter. As you're there, there's someone who's saying, hey, there's something up. I'm not sure what's going on. It's weird. Can you go check out of it? Sure thing. You go check it out, and sure enough, there's actually there's a demon there who is infiltrating, pretending to be someone else. And so you pop your demon vision, you spot them, kill them, and then go back and they're like, holy crap, they were a demon? What was a demon doing here? And not to spoil, but that also has continuity, because there was a reason that demon was there. Also, that demon was from Legion. It was actually a named demon who was a boss back in Legion, who's showing up there. That's cool! Do more of that, please! That's awesome that they're finally starting to do that crap again. And again, you don't have to do that constantly. I do understand how much work that would be, but I do agree with Little Billy that's the kind of thing you should have show up periodically. Just to have a little bit of extra flavor and spice to acknowledge the fact that the player is deciding to play a paladin, right? Has anyone seen Bragwin? Now, if you had a spit emote, Bragwin, this would be the perfect time to use it. Anyways. And for the record, I don't think that's a negative-worthy thing. I do think that is an absence of a positive thing, however. That kind of acknowledgement would be the kind of thing that would definitely add to my enjoyment of the work. Before we go, let me give you the mate leaves. Mate leaves. Oh my god. They're mate leaves, okay? You give them to your mate, and they go, wow, that's so awesome. Let's mate. I don't know. Before we go, let me give you the mate leaves. I don't need to risk proving Aaronville's point. Actually, that would be kind of a neat little cultural thing. How do you declare your intention to date someone? You give them leaves. Ready then? Our next stop is Mezcal Distillery. No, they're not aphrodisiacs. They're, oh, I don't know. I can think of a lot of things that could be. You give them dates! Even better. Oh, that's an actual side quest. Holy crap. Gunbreaker. There you are. That's true. We do that with flowers. Hello there. Here you're a traveler from across the salt. Just the person I need to assist me. I wish to expand trade beyond the borders of Tural, so I've been planning to export mate. I was about to say mate tea. I need to export matey. The problem, however, is mate's reputation for being something of an acquired taste. My solution was to blend mate leaves with some of our local specialities, and your foreign palate would be perfect to test them. One of our brewers has already prepared a batch in the relaxation area. Why not go and speak with her? That's true, Little Billy. They could also just acknowledge it, because the game knows we have a level 90 botanist, right? Hell, if you want to be simpler, you could just have the game acknowledge that you are a botanist, no matter what the level is, right? You have bothered to go unlock the botanist class, so, whoosh, right? Because you can just check this screen right here, right? And say, aha! Wouldn't be quite as cool, but it would be better than nothing. You must be here to try new blends. I prepared 3 for you to sample. I believe there's nothing more telling than the expression one makes when they first sip an unfamiliar cup of tea. Go on, have a taste, but please stay where I can see you. Yeah, the game has done that on occasion. More rarely than I would like, but it has done it. Fruity blend. A hint of acidity, perhaps citrus. It complements the naturally yellow, mellow mate tea well, serving to create a soothing mixture. Nice, Shadow Machine. Grats. Don't tell me about it, but I hope it's good. Notes of honey and vanilla tickle your tongue. A delightful blend. It may well have wide appeal in Eorzea and beyond. You detect a light bitterness behind the full-bodied, earthy flavor of the blend. It's quite unique, but it will surely have its admirers. I can see from your expressions how much you enjoyed each of the blends. As the one who personally brewed them, I am truly honored. If you have a favorite among the selections, let Publi know. You're back. I check you. Try them. Which one was your favorite? I'm going to go with the vanilla, because it's probably the one that's going to sell the most. Which is what you care about. You don't care about how it's actually good. So, this one. I quite like that one myself, though perhaps the sweet taste of the honey would mitigate the mate's natural, strong, bitter flavor, making it more palatable. Your perspective has been a great help. Thank you for your assistance. The Métis can be found anywhere in Tyrol. There's no guarantee it'll enjoy the same popularity in foreign lands. Yep, nobody would ever want all the tea in China. Or wage multiple wars related thereto. Wait, I can just teleport. Teleport. Oh my god, I didn't attune while I was there. Well, you should absolutely not buy a Switch. At this point, I could say with 100% certainty you should not buy a Switch. And the reason why was just this week, they finally officially confirmed something we have all had a lot of information and data to confirm for a while. The Master Switch will have backwards compatibility. You can play Switch games on the Master Switch. Get a Master Switch. Now, hang on. Asterisk. If you are not flush with money, very understandable situation, there is a near 100% certainty that as soon as the Master Switch is announced, probably for this Christmas season, they will almost assuredly lower the price of the Switch in order to unload their last remaining stock of the Switch. So, if you want to just get the previous generation at a bargain, watch for sales this coming holiday season, and there's a non-zero chance you'll find something. Nintendo has consistently referred to it as the Switch successor. In other words, we have no idea what they're going to call it yet. I call it the Master Switch because A, it's a perfect name for it, and B, my sister came up with it. I didn't come up with that. Yeah, like, they're probably going to have some Switch Lights or the Switch OLEDs for sale, almost assuredly. The Twitch. No, let's not do that. Bingo, Loke. I don't know what you're talking about, Milkerblade. Oh, right, I should attune. No! No, I can't back out of the conversation! No, I missed the conversation! We'll want to speak with a man by the name of Gobli. Even amongst his fellow distillers, he's regarded as a master of the craft. He knows the value of his product. So if we're to convince him to trade for twice what the leaves are worth, we're going to need targeted information. That means gossip. If you could talk to the people here at the distillery, perhaps Urqopacha can do the same at the entrance. Meanwhile, I'll head to the south side and see what I can learn. That sounds like another splitting the party. Oh, hang on. Probably less, Lunaruth. I don't put a lot of value in myself. Now that is a cool armor set. Check that out. Few too many spikes for me, but I still like it. There's not much I can say about Gobly, but I can tell you what Gobly's been saying. The other day he was muttering about monsters prowling about agave jaws. That's the field where they gather ingredients for the mezcal. Their presence made it harder to procure said ingredients and thus driven up the price of the product. A boon, some might argue, but it's hard to celebrate when it affects the work as it does. Can't really bring joy to people if you can't keep making things they love. The split party counter is so far up to 7. Yeah, that makes sense. All the Alexander gear is fire. Gobly might be a deft hand at distilling, but he's got no sense when it comes to appearances. Rumor has it he's been invited to the palace for business negotiations. If he presents himself to court wearing his usual rumpled attire, he'll be laughed out of the sun purge. Me? I'm a chef from Tuliolo. I often come here to buy Gobly's mezcal, the finest in Tural, according to my customers. Also, I love your poncho. He always brings a jug out during our dealings, but I can't handle the stuff too well myself. I take small steps, not wanting to be impolite, you understand, but still end up so addled as to agree to whatever price he quotes me. It'd be nice to have less potent refreshments during such conversations. Also, I might have to seriously reconsider our arrangement. That would be cool, Urqopacha. Speaking of which, very off topic, but has anybody else seen the Tier 1 and Tier 2 retextured stuff in WoW right now? Because it looks really cool. Also the Warcraft 3 backpacks, which are really, really good. So what'd you find out? Well... oh, we can make use of all those tidbits. The deal is as good as sealed. As for me, I found out where Gobly is working. There's a millstone at the top of the slope behind the distillery. You go ahead, bring Wuklama. I'll bring Wuklama. Oh yeah, I love the Death Knight set. And the Monk set. And the... look, I like all of them. Yeah, New Judgment. Old Judgment had a flaw in its design due to being an older game, where the face just kind of disappeared and there was like this weird mask-looking thing that just always looked wrong. New Judgment doesn't have that problem. You have business with me, sir? Why don't we talk down below so as to not distract the alpaca from his work? I think most of them, little one. Yeah, hunters have always had crap gear. That's never not been true. Now what's this about? Keep it brief if you would. I'm a busy man. We're in the market for a 3-year-old jug of premium mezcal, assuming you have any on hand, that is. Excellent choice. I must warn you, though, it doesn't come cheap. If you don't have a pel, but we can offer a sack of mate leaves in exchange. It's top-grade stuff, just like the mezcal. No deal. Mate leaves are well and good, but I don't have any use for them. Deal? Just like that? Still, I'd hate to send you away empty-handed. Why don't we sit and chat a while over a cup of mezcal? Maybe be good fate. Now the real bargaining begins. Which of our cards do you want to play first? Let's play to our strengths. Open strong. Let's hold on to that one. We need to consider timing. Okay, sure. What's the correct answer then, game? Yeah, that's part of the hat. I appreciate your hospitality, but I'm afraid I can't hold my drink. I've heard the same of one of your regular customers. Hubigo Chef is the same. Seeing as not everyone can enjoy mezcal, I wonder if you might benefit from having other refreshments to offer. Something like mate tea, for instance, and brewed from the finest leaves, of course. You're right. Absolutely right. I noticed a growing reluctance on the part of my Hubigo friend, but I didn't realize I was to blame. I must endeavor to be a better host. Still, even out with that added value in mind, no sack of leaves is worth the mezcal you're after. all the monsters causing them trouble? Not yet. We'll keep that card up our sleeves until we need it. As I expect you're aware, the rite of succession is currently taking place. That's why the third province has graced us with her presence. When the contest is decided, the subsequent ascension ceremony and banquet will be a prestigious affair. If your mezcal will be to serve there, it would bring your distillery immeasurable fame. Wait, could it be your rumored invitation to the palace is to discuss that very possibility? As a matter of fact, yes, I must admit, I'm still reeling from the abruptness of it all. It would be a great honor and opportunity if I can secure the deal. Me too, little Billy, by the way. It's weird how often we agree considering how much we disagree. I should think your exceptional mezcal would speak for itself. That said, there's no such thing as being too prepared, and first impressions last. You want to be wearing your very best when you walk into Volokshunsa. It would be such a shame to miss the chance of a lifetime simply for want of proper garments. Yes, you're dressed like crap. It's garbage. That it would. You saying you have garments to offer? Something ideal for court? We have no garments on hand, I'm afraid. But... Breath of Fire. We can provide you with his next best thing, an introduction to a weaver. His name is Bolnok, and his works are highly regarded in Tulyolo. As a supporter of Wuklemat and a keen observer of palace politics, he will doubtless be happy to guide you in the selection of an outfit to fit this golden occasion. That is certainly a tempting proposal, and one which I would like to take full advantage of, but the scales aren't quite balancing. Why did you even give me the choice game? Say, weren't there monsters running amok into the agave jaws? That's a problem we could easily solve here. And by we, I mean that guy over there. What is the camera angle if I'm a Lalafell? I wouldn't be in the shot right now if I was a Lalafell. Does anybody know? Like, does it know, and does it tilt down if we're shorter? Truly, I would be most grateful for your immediate assistance. I was resigned to helling soul swords to clear them out. Factoring in that saved expense and an introduction to Trusted Weaver, this is shaping up to be a sound bargain. Alright, you have a deal. I need to come around. Give us a moment, Laura and I will take care... Yeah, no. I will take care of this. Use the time to pen an introductory letter to Bolnok. The fields you're looking for are just north of Wachinpelo. Be safe. So, I don't remember Fallout 4 that well, Loke, to the point of being able to remember an individual gun like that. However, I have played Fallout 76 as recently as just a few weeks ago. And the assault rifle sucks! Oh my god! It sucked so badly, I went back to using my modded pistol. Is that up or down? It's up. Having said that, my actual preference is the minigun. My entire build right now is centered around a minigun in Fallout 76. However, I also am rather fond of the shotgun. Listen, Bragwin. Yes, I did. That should be Agave Jaws just over there. This will go faster if we split up. I'm not going to count that as a split up. That's just two people. That's splitting hairs at that point. Quests are getting better now. We have to go kill 3 things instead of 1. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's the... There's actually a term for that kind of barrel gun. I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm not much of a gun guy. You're definitely farther than me at this point, whatever. By quite a bit, actually. I'll never catch you. You're too fast for me. The creatures enter the papa. This is no challenge at all. She actually did something. Holy crap. Back to the distillery. Still can't fly, I guess. Oh yeah, by the way, has the trust systems changed at all? Because if it hasn't, I see no real reason to continue testing it, and I'd rather bring people. A little. Okay. Those monsters were no trouble for you, it seems. Now if I could just have the sack of leaves? A large sack of premium mate leaves you received in trade for a fine hatchet and investment of labor. With 5 pel and 1,000 gold. Thank you for looking after our precious trading goods. I mean, no shock there, Duskborn. They probably should be. Your monster problem has been resolved, Master Gobbly. Here are the mate leaves and a written introduction to Bolnak, as agreed. And the deal is done. Here, your jug of premium mezcal, aged 3 years. Please accept it with my compliments. Glug, glug. Oh, sorry. Yes, we have the mezcal. Good work, especially you, Mablu. You're the one who inspired me to come this far, third promise. But let's not celebrate till we have the saddle in hand. Yeah, he's out of saddles now. Mablu, is it? You drive a hard bargain, young peddler. I look forward to doing business with you in the future. Thank you, but truth be told, I'm just a ranch hand. For now. Should I ever become a proper merchant, though, I'll be back to strike more bargains with you. How do you spell the name of the bird, people? I'm satisfied with the trade, and I trust you are too. Should you need more mezcal, you know how to come to. Master Gobley's praise makes me confident I can be a peddler as well. Well, a bit more confident than before, at least. That's what I thought, but I didn't want to screw it up. And these are the Pelu Pelu. Uh-oh. 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 Bregwin's holding me hostage. Oh my god, Bregwin. Creamy hot chocolate. Thank you, Bregwin. Hey, Ross. I am sorry. Nope, that's not creamy hot chocolate. This is creamy hot chocolate. Oh, delicious. So a feature... You know how we keep talking about how I want both MMOs to take features from each other? WoW introduced a feature last expansion. Once you roll, it's locked in. You can leave the raid, go on, do whatever you want to. Eventually, that roll is going to go through, either because the timer run out or the other player's roll. When it does, the game will acknowledge that the roll happened and then mail it to you. That was a huge quality of life change that WoW desperately needed, because some people were doing exactly what I imagine you're suffering from right now. Just sitting there waiting. Like, come on, people. Yeah, no, that was a good feature. That was a needed feature. Oh, looks like we're about to be ended with this section. Even at the palace, I don't think I've held 10,000 pel jug of anything before. My hands won't stop shaking. Here, you better hold on to it. Yeah. I've held on to more expensive things. Could you imagine if we dropped it and had to start all over again? Luckily, Havli's place is not far. We just need to cross the plaza. Drop. Oh my god, of course she's freaking out about dropping it. She's a cat! Some of these alpacas here. Nice hat, though. I like it. Oh god, you're right, Blade of all. Alright, so I imagine there might actually be music here, so let's find out. Please, 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 please. Oh my god, I hate this music so much, please! Oh, thank god. We're safe. Get your tools ready, Sadler. We brought your precious mezcal. Behold. Well, you actually got your hands on a jug, but you had nothing. A few measly clumps of wool. It's a little overused, but also I don't like it, so it's kind of a 1-2 punch for me. What we had was an aspiring trader with a gift for negotiation. You see, I learned something today. But it's no sooner aid, no claimant, but Zeralja. I cannot go against the guiding principles of the Pelu Pelu. I mean, you can. Nothing stopping it. The trade is a fair one. I will craft your saddle, third promise. Great. Stay and wait if you like. I have all the requisite materials. This won't take long. And once again, notice that she's the one who inspires and connects with people. I look forward to seeing what dumb idea the warmonger came up with. That probably does actually succeed at fulfilling the trial, but still. Your commission is ready. Catching a wild alpaca is never a simple affair, but you'll have an easier time of it with one of my saddles. They really like the Hildebrand music for this quest, don't they? Or for this MSQ. Now, if you don't mind, I have other work that needs finishing. I can taste that smooth mezcal already. See, that's what I'm thinking. Wow! We did it. The saddle is ours. And I think we started out with only a 100 pel basket of alpaca wool. Mablu, you're going to be an incredible merchant. Thank you. It makes me so glad to hear you say that, third promise. We got what we came for. Let's return to the ranch. The others will be waiting. We got the thing. I just need to talk to drown it out so I can't hear it. It's okay. Oh god, it's drilling. It's drilling into my brain. Let's tell them the good news. Looks like everyone's been pitching in with the alpacas. You've been away for some time. I trust trading was productive. I made the mistake of startling one and caught a glob of spittle for my trouble. They can understand Urqopacha's aversion to the animals. Tobley and Aaronville have been teaching us to care for alpacas. One gentle girl ate the feed straight from my hand. Aww. So, Bladevel tried to trick me into talking while this music was playing, but I can turn the music off with a push of a button. Did any of those trades feel too convenient to me? No. So one thing I was actually worried about when it came to this quest chain is an emphasis on leaning on the coincidence of wants, which is a real-life economic principle. The coincidence of wants is exactly what it sounds like. I want sushi. Blade Taval is a sushi chef. Blade Taval wants guns. Von Falkenstein is a gunsmith. Von Falkenstein wants video games. I'm a video game programmer, right? That's a really, really simplified idea, but you get the idea. That's the coincidence of wants. The coincidence of wants is actually the very reason why currency exists as a concept, is because in most cases you don't have that kind of a situation where you can just trade directly with someone who happens to want what you want and happens to have something someone else wants. I mean, after all, what if, you know, I'm producing something and you don't actually have any desire for it, and so I can't trade in a direct barter system with you over the thing because you don't want it, or you don't want it now, or you don't want as much as I have to trade. And so what a lot of fiction tends to do is lean on this principle excessively to the point where it magically lines up that everyone happens to want something. There's actually a specific example of that in Star Trek in Deep Space Nine, which is kind of part of the, yeah, Treachery, Faith, in the Great River, exactly. It's a good episode, don't mistake me, but it does lean very heavily onto the coincidence of wants because Nog is able to just kind of perfectly line up the dominoes to get exactly what they want in the end. Now, he did have to stray afield for that, which is one of the reasons I'm okay with that. In other words, to map it out, he wants to trade this, but this person on the chain doesn't have what he wants. So he trades up to this point, and then he trades out until he has the thing this person wants. Then he can go over here, and then he trades this out in order to get to this person, and so forth and so on. So that can work. That is something that can work. But I like how here we actually had an initial coincidence of wants, but then we started leaning on people who we had other stuff, right? For example, we had the connections with the one guy, so he was willing to trade favorably with us just because he was already supporting us. So, okay, cool. And then we had to trade with one woman who was like, no, that's not worthwhile to me unless you sweeten the deal, which we then did in order to make that work, and so forth and so on, right? Even the final trade, Snow? Even the final trade was one we had to work for quite a bit, right? We had to give him 4 separate things in order to actually finally be able to trade for the alcohol we wanted. And that makes sense, because that's how trading tends to work in reality land. So, big plus on that bit. Big thumbs up for me. All right, now I have to turn the music back on. You acquired the saddle, then. Yes, and thanks in no small part to Maplu. Before you rush off to catch an alpaca, though, let me teach you how to saddle one. I'll bring out one of our wild-born friends so you can practice. I know, this is something I need to learn. Oh, absolutely, Melkor. And let me tell you, I am down for some world building. Oh my god, the music. Great sunken gods, I did it! Gods? Gods? Hardly seemed bothered, much less inclined to spit, as if he was completely accepting of Urqopacha's touch. Who wouldn't be? That is because of the singular scent with which the saddle's been coated. Alpacas find it very soothing. You know, I've never taken a good long look at one of you before, but they're kind of cute. And spit. You're only now noticing that? Zoralja. He's back. Okay, so what nonsense did he get up to? Having done exactly what he set out to do. The alpaca's blood. Is it just me or is it glowing? For tales of such a beast, they say the golden alpaca lives a solitary existence deep in the valley, where it shuns the company of both man and its own kind. How do you manage to snare a prize like that? A beast knows its betters. Faced with overwhelming strength, it will yield rather than risk death. An apt illustration of how greatly the power of the first promise exceeds yours. Yeah, he got a frickin' shiny Pokemon. Strength alone will not win him Father's throne. I'll be the one to find the Golden City, and then Tural can remain at peace. An everlasting desire for peace can only be forged in the fires of war. To unite as one, the people must be taught. They must suffer horror and hopelessness firsthand. Exhaustion from prolonged conflict. The wages of war's merciless nature. These are what moved the clans to join in the founding of Tuliolo all those years ago. Yeah, why is this not voice acted? Consider the younger generation of this village. Since birth they have basked in unbroken harmony, and behold, they regard war not as tragedy, but opportunity. Thus does the resilient son seek to provide education. He offers much-needed lessons in the realities of conquest and a renewed appreciation for peacetime. What? 'Tis true that war's misery breeds a longing for peace, among a few dozen other horrible things, but I've seen with my own eyes what becomes of an empire forged through the violence you propose, the rebellions it spawned, and the ruins it left behind. The Garlean Empire was a congregation of simpletons. The oppressed fight back against the oppressors, as well they should. Men are not beasts. Only a fool would seek to rule over all with the threat of force alone. This is why Galul Jaja did not elevate the Mamulja, why he treated all clans with equal respect. However, the first promise has his gaze fixed upon the more distant horizons. He would unite not only Tuliolo, but the planet in its entirety. Why? I need not explain myself to you. But that's all you've been doing for like 5 minutes. Oh, well done indeed. I didn't hear anything you just said. Or cared. Take your pick. I was about to say, what war does this jackass know? He's always been like that, never sharing his innermost thoughts with me or even Koana. It's like we're not even family. Yeah. Absolutely, Melcroblade. It can be done badly, obviously. See Ukulele for a good example of that. But it also can be done very well. Paper Mario 2 Remaster did a good example of that. I'll ponder Zoralja and his mysteries later. Right now I need to think about finishing the Feet of Gold. I have my saddle, I practice how to use it. Now, please don't make me play as her. The Valley of Orunkanka is northwest of here. Come on, everyone. Even if we can't enter ourselves, we can see Wuklamad off in her hunt. There's this... It's a fallacy. There's no nice way to say this. Of the strong leader. It's actually a really complex topic, so forgive me for only briefly glancing over it, but It's the idea that you need a strong leader who is strong and powerful and tough on crime and tough on the enemy and will defend you against all the wrongs of the world. And it's a fallacy. It always has been. Probably originally came from the ideas of the divine king concept. You know, a few hundred years ago. Ding! Either that or it's actually even further before that. And the tribal... Yeah, I was going to say, it might go back all the way to the tribal days, where you needed a strong leader to survive. Hasn't been relevant for a few centuries. Looks like it's Twitch, because my connection's pretty solid so far. Yeah. listen, his dick. No, government should be boring. You're absolutely right. A run of Pokemon Red. Well, it's funny you say that, Crossbow Gaming, because the Awful Block, which is already on the list, is exactly that. Obviously, donations express interest in increasing the priority of a run going forwards, but also, if you win the guessing game, you can put your winnings towards a particular run, and if you just watch and have the little lore coins thing, you can put those towards a run as well. Mablu's right. Least we can do is let Urqopacha know we're cheering for her. Zeralja may have caught his alpaca first, but it doesn't mean Urqopacha is out of the running. She can do this. Orunkanka is a steep and treacherous place, so only those with the head ledger's blessings are permitted to go there. Though it doesn't work that way, Crossbow Gaming. The whole system is designed to express interest from viewers. It's not like you pay for a run. There's no direct financial consequence there. Patch Trail has been on the list for months at this point, Drumkeller. In fact, Patch Trail was on the list before Dawntrail was funded. I've never set foot beyond this point. The valley is said to be home to fiends far more ferocious than spitting alpacas. How deep do you think the valley is? I glanced over the edge on the way here, but the mist was too thick to even speculate. Yeah, it's pretty thick. I can do this. I know I can. Nope, you're dead. Bye. I actually haven't recalculated it in a couple of months, but I believe 37. Oh, now?
Thanks. I'll need it.
But yeah, I think that 37 million would still probably cover it.
Truth be told, still not sure about alpacas. I'd rather not go near one if I can help it.
37 million would help leaving the country.
But if I'm to rule this nation, then I'll need to learn how to live with them. Tural is their home too. Right. I'm off.
So, shall we head back to the ranch, or...?
I'm staying here.
As will I. Urqopacha is alone in this. The least we can do is stand watch and await her return.
Let's play Dungeons and Dragons. Wait, no. Offices and cubicles.
It may be a while yet. Help me pitch the tent.
Bunkers and badasses. I think Blade Toal was referring to Mablu.
Trust a gleaner to come prepared for anything.
What's a gleaner?
Yeah, that is not the voice I was expecting from Mablu, I'm going to be honest.
Someone whose job it is to travel the world and procure uncommon things for their employers. Erenville specializes in finding animals, I believe.
But aren't you a Shitona from Shak Tural? Why did you cross the salt?
When I was much younger, the thought of leaving Tural never even occurred to me. But then, some years ago, my mentor tasked me with a difficult hunt. Something I could never find, she said, so long as I clung to the familiar. She suggested that I leave home, leave Tural, and join the Gleaners of Sharlayan. As one of their number, I could experience the world, immerse myself in myriad cultures and customs, see the many faces of nature. And once I had learned what is truly important, I would find that which I seek. My younger self took those words to heart, and off I went to become a gleaner.
Her words alone moved you to leave behind everything you'd ever known? You must have great respect for your mentor.
As it happens, gleaner work was much to my liking, and I all but forgot why I had pursued it in the first place. Yet, events conspired to put me back on the trail I'd abandoned.
Wait, are you saying you were tasked with finding the City of Gold?
Well...
I was. And though my hunt is now entangled with the right of succession, I mean to see it through.
Well then, I understand completely. We all have our reasons for seeking the Golden City. Which is all the more reason for us to work together.
Just so.
She should have been back by now. What if something's happened to her? We need to tell Tobli and arrange a search party.
Wait. Do you hear that?
I did it.
And she's dead.
You're utterly spent, and small wonder.
Well done, Third Promise.
The ranch isn't going anywhere. Take a rest in the tent.
I think I will. Thank you all for believing in me.
I was gonna say, no, maybe we should turn it in first. It's not that... okay. So, the Warrior of Light having a personal investment in the Golden City's discovery. Other than adventure! No, I don't really think so. At least not at the moment. I suppose you, the player, are intended to decide that for yourself. We were out here for quite some time, but I'm glad Urqopacha was able to catch her alpaca. And Erenville choosing to share his story with us was a welcome surprise. Alphino was quick to lend a hand with dismantling the tent. Is this to be his new obsession now that he's mastered collecting firewood? I spoke too much. If Urqopacha is up to it, we should be heading back to Tobli. Urqopacha had no serious injuries to speak of. However, she had clearly been pushed to the very limits of her endurance. Thanks to Alphino and his healing hands, I can actually stand again, maybe even walk. I'm so relieved the Third Promise came back to us safely, and the alpaca she tamed is a healthy-looking beast. Surely this will be enough to satisfy the feat of gold. Urqopacha still seems a bit unsteady on her feet. Hardly surprising after she spent the night chasing alpacas. You know what will melt fatigue away like magic, though? Mate tea! I'll run to the ranch and get a pot brewing. That way you can take your time and the tea will be ready when you arrive. That's actually really thoughtful, thank you. As Mablu so wisely suggested, we shall set a slower pace for our exhausted third promise. That's actually a really good point, Little Billy. I forgot that Hades specifically mentioned the Gold City. And you're right, he doesn't speak casually or idly. Anyways, oh, I just work back. I was gonna say that leaves a couple other things on that list. Oh, my neck. So sorry, you caught me in the middle of a cutscene there, Crossbow Gaming. If you're still there, I could explain a little bit better. I know I have a bit of a weird system for doing things. God, I hate this song so much. I've decided to destroy the entire world to prevent this song from ever being again. I mean, so if I'm not mistaken, that speech was written by Yoshi P to inspire the other writers and the other developers, right? I never 100% confirmed that, but I remember reading about that. Have some hot cocoa. There we go. Came back ahead of the others, did you? I should hurry along with the tea then. Urqopacha can't be that far behind. Anyways, point being, I agree with the idea, little one. That he was being like, here's a list of an immediate go-tos. That tea really is magical. I feel better already. Why is this not voice acted? I see you become more comfortable around our fuzzy friends. Watching this one taught me a lot about alpacas, what grasses and fruits they eat, what sounds they react to. They're adorable little quirks. I guess I've grown fond of them. Welcome back, Third Promise. Accomplished the feat of gold, have you? And did you do so without promising to bring war and death and misery to an entire people? I commend you on your success. Well done. We did it! Though I couldn't find a shiny one like Zeralja did. I'd be surprised if you had. Golden alpacas are grown but once every few decades. They are elusive, solitary creatures that are rarely seen, much less captured thanks to their innate physical and magical gifts. Only a single other person is known to have caught one before. Gulul Jaja himself. Papa was chasing alpacas too? So my grandfather's stories say. It was before the founding of Tuluyola, when the mountain giants, the Yokwai, held our people in thrall. Compelled by their overlords, our forebears would ride their alpaca mounts to the highlands to deliver gifts of food and other tribute. Those were wretched days to hear grandfather tell of it. Then along came a young Gulul Jaja, yet unburdened by the mantle of Dawn Servant. Our people were amazed by this imposing two-headed figure, equal to the Yokwai in stature, puzzled by his entourage of mismatched companions. Some trembled in fear, believing a new conqueror had come. Yet Gulul Jaja showed no such inclinations. He sat and spoke with us, sipping from the cups of mate tea we offered him, and grew somber when he learned of our plight. None could have anticipated what their visitor would decide to do next. Gulul Jaja ascended the cliffs to face the giants and freed the Pelu Pelu from the Yokwai's subjugation. He then turned an appraising eye upon our riders and proposed we take one to the road to peddle our beverages. The suggestion seemed obvious for one who traveled as he did, intent on fostering amity between the clans. So it was a few words from Gulul Jaja that transformed us into a clan of itinerant merchants. Never heard of the bond Papa formed with the Pelu Pelu spoken of in that way before. The saga's not so detailed. You may not know that Galujaja sought a sure-footed guide when he struck up the highlands. Thus did he capture a golden alpaca. So my brother and my father caught the rarest of creatures, while an ordinary one was the best I could manage. The feat required no more than that, Third Promise, and you brought back a perfectly wonderful beast. Mablu's right. You are a perfectly wonderful beast. If anyone's ordinary, it's me. Yeah, we need more ordinary leaders. Not only did you accomplish the feat of gold, you made many trades and brought joy to many people in true Pelu Pelu fashion. I sorely doubt your sibling could have achieved the same result. You should be proud of the accomplishments which earned your keystone. Damn right we do, Kennex Scout. 5 more to go. You're well on your way, Third Promise, to actually reaching the game's first dungeon. Thank you, Mablu. It might seem obvious, but I've come to realize the importance of properly knowing something. It was because I didn't understand alpacas I was uncomfortable around them. I'm thankful to you as well, Urqopacha. You've given me courage to say what I was sure I could ever say. Tobli, I want to leave the ranch and become a merchant. I appreciate everything you've done for me, and I loved every moment caring for the alpacas. But this isn't something I need to do. I know, right, Andre? Make my own trades. As your parent, allow me to say one thing. I've always tried to give my wards lives filled with as much happiness as I could provide, yet never once have I wanted to be the only happiness you knew. You have my blessing to walk any path you choose, Mappa. It gladdens me to hear you found a calling you wish to pursue with such passion. You will make an exceptional peddler, I am sure of it. Thank you, Tobli. What did I tell you, Mablu? One thing I can help you with. Yeah, you need to find the Golden City, right? That's the end goal. Then I suggest you talk to the Yakwai. I'm probably pronouncing wrong. They once ruled over more than just Urqopacha and Pelu Pelu. 1,000 years ago, they were the overlords of Yaktural and all its people. During that era, the Pelu Pelu were commanded to search for a city of gold. They scoured every corner of the continent, but never found any trace of that fabled place. But if they didn't find anything, what would the Hakui have to tell us? They may not have found it, but the fact that they thought to look for it at all makes me curious. Perhaps there's value in delving how the legend originated. We lose nothing from asking the question. Besides, if we're determined to follow the path of the sage, or the saga, excuse me, we'll be visiting the giants eventually. Oh my god. Well, it's been a nice break, but yeah, I guess I can go kill some giants. I mean, wouldn't you use power in your everyday tasks, Linarith? I feel like some coffee. Oh, Kryl, I have a question maybe ask, since we finished the feat. Where did you acquire that earring? Do you recognize it? Yeah, pieces like it just became fashionable in Yaktural around 20 years ago. Since then, it's become common to wear one as a charm for safe travel. 20 years ago. Right about the time my grandfather made his journey. If the Dawn servant implied the earring was connected to the Golden City, surely there's more to its significance than simple fashion. If you want to know how it came to be crafted, I could try to find out. Seeing as it's a regular seller for many merchants, I'm curious to learn about it myself. I would appreciate that very much, thank you. Jumping feet first into the peddler business, huh, Mablu? Right then, that's 2 keystones down. I say we head to Tuliolo, plan our next move. No, I gotta do side quests first. Farewell for now, thanks for your help. I will become Dawn Servant, so make sure you set aside your best mezcal for the occasion. Now, she's gonna, like, sacrifice herself to kill the evil amalgamation of the other 3 brothers, which are a big boss battle after we've killed them. She has a fearsome opponent in that brother of hers. He even brought a golden Urqopacha to heal. You've heard Zeralja supporters talk. They might see opportunity in the terrorist expansionist ambitions, but they find the man himself intimidating, terrifying even. Whereas I've grown to love Urqopacha. When she meets will come to love her too. That's why she'll win the throne. Sleep, Lunareth. Sleep. Give in to the darkness. Of, like, nighttime, not like the other darkness. Don't do that. I expected as much from the moment I saw him, but the winning the contest against Zeralja will not be easy. The Yakhui once ruled the entirety of Yogg-Taro. Curious to see what has become of them. That makes 2 out of 7 keystones. So far, so good. I never dared hope we would find a lead for this earring mystery so quickly. Feels good to have the feet of gold safely under our belt, even if my victory pales compared to Zeralja and his shiny gold Urqopacha. I know I wouldn't let it bother me, but gods know you've all been so supportive, but I want to be strong or wise like my brothers, to be a promise that people respect. It's not likely if I stand here carrying on about things. Let's move on. Back to the city with us. Bye. Okay, so yeah, oh Jesus, did you see that? Oh God! Oh God! Okay, I'm okay, I'm okay. There's just Vietnam flashbacks. Okay, 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 I can do this, I can do this. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so we're gonna do this in a strange order. Switch to Gunbreaker. That's not Gunbreaker. There we go. Corn Servant's here. The Corn Servant. Oh my God, not being able to fly is just murder. It's murder upon my soul. Hello, Czar. I mean, I tend to prefer being able to fly in general, but I've been playing WoW lately. And for those of you who know what that means, you know what that means. Actually, so yeah, we were talking, Little Billy mentioned earlier our motives. It's been said jokingly, but I really do think this is our vacation. Like, this is just straight up what we're doing to relax. Some people read books, some people make trains, some people run around and help settle succession crises in foreign nations. This is just what we're doing. I mean, have you noticed that in terms of action, we've mostly just been along for the ride, enjoying the trip? Like, this is, Takedo. You ever played Takedo? Everyone in chat, what's Takedo? Takedo is a board game. Great board game, by the way. Where the goal of the game is you're doing a journey across Japan. And the goal of the game is to be the one who enjoys the vacation the most. And so you have, like, there's all kinds of stuff you can do along the journey. For example, you can donate money, you can receive gifts, you can paint paintings, you can sample the local food, you can relax in the hot tub, right? That's the kind. It's a fun game, very visually impressive too, but fun to do regardless. But like, I love the premise. I love the general concept, because you're just doing the trip and enjoying the events on the line, the sights, the sounds, the food, etc. And what have we been doing? You'll notice almost every quest in each of these zones has also been giving us food, which is normal for FF14 in general, but I feel like it makes more sense here, specifically because of the fact that we are literally on vacation. Anyways. do something real quick here I would mean to do, or not. Oh no, that's not. There he is. There he is. Over here. Over here. Yeah, we're just vacationing and installing someone on the throne. It's fine. God, I've taken so little damage. I don't even have anything to amend. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, little Billy. So Wolfster says, I don't play well. Can you explain, please, and thank you? Sure. Give me a moment. So flying in this game, it would be easier if I could show it off, but unfortunately I can't fly here. But it's kind of jank. Probably because this game wasn't actually designed with flying in mind. So they did some wizardry. See, I don't want to make this trip again. They did some wizardry with it in order to actually make flying work at all. And props to them for making it happen. Let me pick up these two quests, then I'll show it off. Because I think this will help. An unfamiliar face. Are you perchance a traveler? If so, I dare say you could not have timed your visit any better. Tell me, do you know of the hot springs managed by the Pelu Pelu? My master will be performing a traditional dance at the Mamulja there. I intend to join him once I've lost my stall for the day. If you're interested in seeing it for yourself, simply head to Panak Pelu Retreat south of here. Look for a dancer carrying himself with poise and grace. To the south. Yes, we have to do the traditional bathing dance. It's very important. Excuse me, sir. Do you have a moment? Please, sir, I need your help. I'm a craftsman come to discuss a new project with a client, but I seem to have lost my lucky charm along the way. My doll. I'm afraid how the meeting may turn out without it. The last time I saw it was at Panak Pelu Retreat. Maybe it fell out when I was gathering my things. I'm to meet with my client in just a moment. It wouldn't do to be late. I realize this isn't... Could you find my doll for me? I'll delay the meeting for as long as I can. Sure. And those are both down there. Okay, whatever. I was hoping to not have to do this, but we'll just live with it. We'll pick here. This is a good enough zone to show it off. I gave the bird people quest chain a negative, right? No. I did, however, give it multiple positives. Alright, one moment. Let me line this up correctly. I'm not doing it more, Donna. I agree, this town music's fantastic. I don't disagree, Spartan. I just think they're both awesome. Poisonally. It is taking a moment to load. I am streaming two MMOs at the same time here. Listen, Rax. No, I do want to show this off because I think it helps explain some of the difference between the two. Again, I'm not doing a direct comparison between these two. I just want to showcase flying, specifically. So, this is flying, right? Now, you probably didn't even notice that, but there's already a bit of a jank in the way it activates. Do you see that delay? You have to actually get in the air and then successfully hold in the air for a moment. And if anything interrupts that, it just kind of goes back there. There's a state. I agree, Rex. There's a state of flying, and there's a state of being on the ground. And these two are literally different states for how your mount operates, how it exists. And it handles differently depending on the two. So you have to have that takeoff moment, and then once you do, you can take off. There's also the other jank. It's a well-known bug that I have shown off on camera many times, where if you take off in the wrong way, you'll actually go very, very slow. I'm trying to prompt it now. Of course I can. That's whatever. Maybe they fixed it. That'd be nice. Either way, this is what flying is like in FF14. There's nothing particularly bad about this, but it is a little bit awkward and a little bit weird to control. And of course, it's also well, it's swimming. And there's nothing necessarily wrong with that, and it is suitably fast. It is the fastest speed that the game allows, probably for netcode reasons. But just take this in, right? Here, let's just go across this bridge here. I want you to visually see what it's like crossing this bridge. I'll just watch this for a second. Probably, Rex. I haven't seen it in a minute. So, flying isn't bad, and I am glad that it's in, but you can see what I mean. You could see how this is clearly a programming compromise, right? This is WoW. Now, to really make this point, I'm going to go ahead and go all the way to Valdrakken. You could probably already tell the difference, but I really want to show this off proper, like. Wait, am I topside? I am topside for some reason. So. Ignore all my add-ons. This is a game that supports add-ons. It's also loading a little slower than usual because I'm running 2 MMOs at the same time. So, this is dragonflying. Now, at a glance, it probably doesn't look all that different. But if you're paying attention, and I hope you're at least paying a little bit of attention, you could probably immediately tell the difference. Even if you aren't noticing the actual bar that's tracking my speed in the middle of my screen. It's very similar to Super Mario World, if you've ever played that. As you're going down, your speed goes up. Do you see that? And as you're going up, it dips. Like that. So you're already noticing how different it is in playstyle, but I haven't even started hitting my abilities yet. Because there's actual abilities while you're flying and dragonflying. Let me do it in something other than my dirigible. It'll be more obvious if I do something like, say, in a dragon. So you have a button that gives you height, and you have a button that actually makes you dash, okay? Each one of those costs 1 stamina pip. Now, the other side funny thing about all of this is when you do the jump, if you're facing up like this... Shut up for a second. If you do the jump while facing up, it actually gives you more speed than usual. If you're facing down when you do the dash, same thing, right? So already there's gameplay in flying, just built into it. But that's just at the surface level. There's actually a whole lot more that goes into this. You may or may not have seen me do this little thing every time I'm moving. That's part of that. But I want to show off a nice big bridge, like we just showed off. Because the real benefit of dragon riding, other than just the fact that it's more fun and interesting and has more gameplay to it, is the fact that it is substantially faster. So let's just cross this bridge right here. I'll go ahead and try to go as fast as I can across it. And we're across. Just like that. Boom. For a little bit of perspective, I've crossed half the zone here. There's the city I was just at, in the distance and barely rendered. That's dragonflying. Now, again, I'm not trying to do a wow's better, but rather to try and emphasize how, because this is very recent, this is as recent as the last expansion. WoW's introduction of dragonflying was a great change, because not only did it make things much, much faster, which obviously helps, but it also added legitimate gameplay to navigation. You'll notice my stamina's slowly building up as I go here. What I didn't tell you is stamina also builds up as you go fast. The moment you get those little, like, you see the blue wind on me? That's your visual indicator of the fact that I'm generating stamina. Also, you generate stamina faster by moving than you do by sitting still. The system is encouraged and designed to keep you moving. You can absolutely drain your stamina, but you kind of have to work at it, you know? I usually go with an audio cue for this kind of a thing. Yeah, no, dragonflying is so good, and they added it to all the zones now. Every zone that has flying has dragonflying. Now, there are a couple of downsides. For example, if I want to do some precision flying, it's actually kind of hard to do with this because of the Mario up and down gliding nature of it. Well, that's what this button is for. This button, which, as you can see, you can just hotkey right there, turns it back into the classic old flying system where you can just sit here and hover, for example. Just be like, hey, what's up? So, in addition to being, you know, an amazing system, it is also a toggle. How many zones support flying in WoW? Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 60, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 102, 93. Hang on. Gotta go to the planets. 94, 95, 99, 9, 15, 16, 17. I think that's it. So 6 out of 117 zones, whatever that percentage is, you cannot dragonfly in. You also cannot fly, period, by the way. Anywhere you can fly, you can dragonfly. I may have missed some in that, but that's the general idea. I did miss one, because I missed Deep Home. About 5%. That sounds about right. It's almost all BC stuff, too. Like, for example, the Blood Elf starter stuff up here, that's a no-flying zone. And the Draenei starter stuff up here, this is a no-fly zone. And then there's a couple of specific zones, like when you get to Legion. Argus is a no-fly zone here. And that's kind of it. There's not a lot, like I said. Oh, I need to switch back. Anyways, sorry, I don't remember what brought this topic on. But, no, I remember where I was going with this. The general idea here is, I do like that flying is a thing in FF14 quite a bit. And I really, really hope they implement a system at least approximating this, because dragon flying is nothing short of amazing. Especially now that it's everywhere and it's toggleable. And again, you can just kind of see the general speeds we can manage with this. And this is me not even really trying. This is before I even get into dragon riding races, by the way, which are fantastic and many positive-worthy. Yeah, by the way, remind me, if you do end up picking up WoW racks and making a Blood Elf, to explain to you how to immediately leave the Blood Elf zones and quest somewhere else. I would not be shocked if dragon riding is directly taken from Guild Wars 2. Because, for those of you not aware, Guild Wars 2, every mount has some gameplay to it. Now, that gameplay actually varies quite a bit from mount to mount. Each mount has its own particular mechanics and its abilities, and you can level it by doing stuff. How much do I play FF14 normally? Believe it or not, I actually don't play FF14 all that much, because I play FF14 for the stream. And then I do prep work off camera, but the prep work is just leveling. Having said that, I play it quite a bit. I leave the subbed all year. For obvious reasons. Having said that, my played time at last check is... I can actually tell you the exact number. That was before we started this stream, by the way. Is 2,399 hours. I mean, lol, Nimi, if they did decide to go with Mercidia being where we get dragon riding in FF14. I wouldn't even be mad about that, honestly. As long as it was good. The real problem, and I hate to keep banging on this drum, is I'm not sure if it's physically possible for them to code that, because, well, this is FF14. This game's a miracle as is. I cannot believe this game is as good as it is. Like, I was telling one of my friends just last night while we were playing WoW, because we were discussing the variances between the two, and I believe it was Dawntrail specifically, when they were going through and overhauling some of the old code, and they found 1.0 code that nobody had noticed and everyone had just forgotten about. Just buried in there, right? Just, that's FF14 in a nutshell right there. Whoops, where did this come from? Anyways. You're interested in our traditional bathing dance. I'm honored. It would be my pleasure to show it to you, but to truly appreciate it, you must understand the purpose behind each movement. The dancer steps before the spring and pours its purifying waters over their body thrice, cleansing skin of grime, mind of thoughts, joints of ache. Only when they're in perfect condition may the dance begin. Come, I'll show you. The bathing dance, under no circumstances, is to be allowed in the public springs. Those who do so will not... Those who do not comply will be escorted out and banned from further entry. The stimulation is simply too much for the other guests. Be happy to have someone escort you to one of our private springs where you may perform the dance to your heart's content. What? I was unaware of such a rule. Very well. It is regrettable that I cannot demonstrate Mamulja tradition before an audience, but better that I dance in private than not at all. I am sorry you came all this way for nothing, my friend. Would you be kind enough to let my people know I will be performing in seclusion? Is the WoW run going to start with vanilla? Technically, yes. But for all practical purposes, no. WoW vanilla is a treat I'm saving for myself if I ever actually am successful enough in life to justify spending a month playing a game I hate. So what will end up happening is I will show off a couple of the, let's call them the vestiges of vanilla that still exist. And we will bake those into BC, and then we will start with BC. That's almost entirely just going to be raiding. Dear me, forgive me. I didn't realize the dance was forbidden in the public springs. I traveled all this way to the performance, following in the graceful footsteps of the most experienced and most handsome of all my master's pupils. Ah, Bugalja, how I miss him. He left Tyrol many years ago, saying he would make a name for himself as a mercenary across the salt. I hope he's well. Yeah, we might have killed him. That's neither here nor there. I must thank you for relaying Master's message to me. I will join him in the private springs when I have finished up here. It is unfortunate you could not witness the dance today, but hopefully one day soon you'll have the opportunity to behold the glory of our sacred dance. Yeah, I'm going to briefly show off Silithus, the Dustwall of Marsh, and then I'm going to... I've been debating where to slot Onyxia, because she hasn't actually been changed for vanilla, so I'm probably going to go ahead and have Onyxia show up during the BC stuff, and not the Kata stuff. And then we'll show off Molten Core, Blackwing Lair, Rack, and Tack, and that'll be everything. Were you able to find it? Whoops. Okay. Thank goodness, my precious doll. I won't let it out of my sight again. We Pelu Pelu became merchants after Galul Jaja bestowed a great kindness upon our people, to help achieve his goal of fostering amity between clans. This doll's bright smile serves as a reminder to uphold that ideal, to spread happiness through trade. I've no doubt that you, being the kind-hearted individual you are, will enjoy great fortune and happiness in your future business endeavors. I truly can't thank you enough for your help. Ooh, coffee. Wait, why am I saying ooh? Oh god! An infiltrator. I will probably have at least a bit of a speech for WoW Vanilla. I mean, of course, right? But it's mostly gonna be a little bit less than the essay that I gave at the beginning of FF14. Here's the summary. WoW Vanilla sucked! Okay, there you go, there you go. No, I'm going to talk about its significance, both personally and in terms of an aggregate as far as... What the hell? As far as the gaming landscape and MMOs in general, I'm going to talk about how much of a huge step forward WoW Vanilla was compared to every other MMO at the time. Just crushed the entire exposition, or competition. And then I'm going to mention some of my own personal experiences with WoW Vanilla, and why all of my friends, including myself, eventually quit it. And then we'll talk about WoW BC and the experience that was. And then I'll go ahead and run around and do a few things. Now, I have to AFK very briefly. I'll be right back. There we go. Oh, no, absolutely, Ross. You there. Might I beg your assistance with something? I was taking a stroll through the valley the other day when I discovered coffee beans scattered in the bush, with not a coffee plant in sight. Curiosity got the better of me, and so I brought some back there to brew. The taste was simply exquisite. I'd like to acquire more, but therein lies the problem. I found the beans in Chabameki, an area south of here known to be the territory of mountain bears. They tear me to shreds, but something tells me you could manage the trip. Here, take these smoke bombs to drive back the bears, and bring back whatever coffee beans you can. Coffee. I feel like I'm being stalked or something. I don't know, it's just a weird vibe I get. Anyways. I am glad that WoW Classic exists. I've said that since before it existed. But, like, WoW Vanilla did have some very serious issues with it. I've pointed this out before. WoW Vanilla and WoW Classic are not the same things. WoW Classic has a lot of more modern quality of life features, not the least of which being stuff you will never notice, but it's mostly netcode related stuff. In other words, things that make the game a little bit less likely to randomly lag out, or teleport you to the wrong spot, or default you to the zones, to the cells, default spot, or anything like that. All that crap that used to happen all the damn time back in Vanilla. Yeah, Vanilla was still figuring out how to function. I don't see any flying alpacas. Do you see any flying alpacas? Actually, I agree with that completely, Pulizis. No, in fact, I'm gobsmacked they didn't go that route with it. Interesting. My darling Alpi didn't spit at your approach. Which can only mean she trusts you. If she does, then so do I. As such, I ask you a favor. A sack of coffee beans was stolen from our storehouse. The thieves came in the dead of night, but I was wide awake to catch them in the act. A band of Hubigo mercenaries. My brave Alpi spat on their leader square in the face, and thanks to her saliva's distinctive scent, I was able to track them down. But they were well armed, however, so I resolved to give up the coffee beans. But for a strapping fellow like you, contending with those thieves shouldn't be a problem. So please, I beg you, go kill them. Kill them all. Kill them mercilessly. Kill them until there's nothing left. I want them dead. I want their plants dead. I want their dogs dead. Sorry. This is on you, Kennex Cow. You did this. You must know this to be true. I have not seen an alpaca in real life, no. Damn right, we're gonna treat them like the sand people. I don't really have a strong answer for why, but I've never really liked any of the mounts in FF14, with one exception. So, this is the only mount I use. That's not actually quite true. Hang on. There it is. The other mount I'd use occasionally is this one. Yeah, go ahead, make fun. I don't like this one nearly as much, though. It looks cool, but its animations are terrible. By which I mean, it has none. Like, it has no animations at all. It just flies, and that's it. So it looks cool, but boring to look at. Whereas this thing, cool animations. Right, back to Gunbreaker for this. Forgive me, traveler, might I have a moment of your time? I'm a merchant from Tuliolo, here on business, but I felt as sick as a dog ever since I arrived. The Pelu Pelu boy I hired as a guide to show me around these parts gave me one look before suddenly heading north, muttering something as he left. He was speaking too quickly for me to catch what was said, but I fear the mere sight of me upset him somehow. If it wouldn't be too much trouble, would you go and offer him an apology on my behalf? He ran towards the tea field north of here, but if there's no sign of him, I'm sure someone nearby could have seen where he went. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I should probably mention I have about 500 some odd mounts in WoW right now. Anyways. Yeah, I anticipate my viewership will be interesting during the WoW run. Because I anticipate there'll be a lot of people who will massively disagree with me about everything about the game. Because WoW is a game that has broad appeal, and that has good and bad connotations. So what some people like, some people won't. Why would I buy a $90 mount? God. Do I expect bans to happen? Probably not, honestly. Usually we only ban people when they're either extremely dickish, which is very rare, or when they're bots. We haven't seen a lot of bots lately. Did I see anyone pass by this way? Yes, the local guide. He was gathering fresh tea leaves here moments ago, until a rather rambunctious alpaca did something to agitate him. I couldn't hold back a chortle as he chased after it. I fear he may have heard. Anyways. He was heading towards the hill northwest of here. Absolutely, Pillars of Snow. This is great. Yeah, there was this one guy who insisted that if you said that that looking at blurry images gave you a headache, that you were a moron. And a liar. Never forget. Huh? Who are you and what do you want? If you haven't noticed, I'm rather busy at present. We were talking about Octopath Traveler, but I don't remember which game that came up in. Upset? Me? Why would he? Oh, I was speaking too fast again. An unfortunate misunderstanding. That merchant has a clear case of altitude sickness. It's not uncommon to those traveling to Urqopacha for the first time. The best to cure it, and most things, is mate tea, which is why I was collecting leaves earlier, but I just finished packing them into my bag, and this wild alpaca came and snatched it. Now that I have it back, it's time to get brewing. Yeah, we were talking about motion blur and depth of field and how that can cause headaches in some people. This guy refused flatly to believe that, and again, flat out called anybody who says that a moron. I banned his ass. Although, in my defense, I don't pull out the ban hamper particularly easy. I gave him quite a while to either walk that back or find reasonable discourse. And no, he just stuck to his guns, so... Bam! There you are. He told me everything, and it seems I mistakenly sent you on a wild alpaca chase. Forgive me. Thanks to his tea, I am feeling much better. Mate tea is a vital source of nutrients in these highlands. I'm sure you can promote it as a nourishing potable back in the markets of Tuliolo. Why not buy some in bulk now? You're not only a talented guide, but a convincing salesman. Very well, I'll give you some offer, some thought, but might we continue the tour? Almost assuredly, Dakota. Also, not to keep praising WoW, but you know one thing I really do like about WoW? Accessibility features. For example, some people have a bit of motion sickness with dragonflying. There is a toggle. In fact, there's actually several toggles to help with that. And get rid of the visual effects and the fisheye lens and stuff like that. So if anybody has any issues with that while we're playing WoW, just say something. And I will go ahead and turn that on and disable that crap. No, I agree, Pillars of Snow. It's actually funny, I've spoken out against FF14's side quest design for years. Something that I stand behind, but something that they have been definitively getting better at each expansion. I mean, it probably says something to the worst side quests we've ever had were back in Heavensward, my opinion. Funnily enough, they are both the same type of code. Both of them are a single line in most engines, Ross. Please don't remind me of 16 side quests. But I'm down for preferences. Really, I really am. But that's why those should be toggles. Can I help you three? Smell. Can't get rid of the smell. What? Oh, God, I've had it up to here today. Boys, get them. Really? Yeah, no, Idleshire. That's a good comparison. 16 quests for Idleshire. And it's like, what are we doing here? There were some good ones. There were some positives there. Especially in the Leviathan DLC. You're right, they don't know who I am! It makes so much sense! Let me explain who I am, very succinctly. That's a good question, Ross. I don't know. But we can find out, because not that we would ever emulate the Switch, but there's emulation for the Switch. Yeah, sorry, I killed your buddies. Yeah, no, like, I'm with... I love you guys following me here. By the way, I do love the outfit break one, although it is a little risque. For you, though. I do... we understand a fairly large amount of biology about how headaches happen. And, you know, eye strain. And depth of... depth of field... I try not to be universally against it. I usually fail at that because I don't like blur in general. However, the real problem, especially in video games, is they almost always misapply depth of field. They usually just... like the game we just played, Echoes of Wisdom, had actually pretty freaking bad depth of field usage. It was just anything that is a certain part of the bottom of the screen to the top of the screen or a certain distance away, apply depth of field, and that was it. And it's just like, holy crap, what are you doing? I demonstrated on camera how there were sections where, you know, we're doing a jumping puzzle forwards, and because we're jumping down and forwards, it was sufficiently away that the areas we were jumping to were blurry. So, I don't know exactly, Rax, but I suspect that yes, and it was just worse in Echoes of Wisdom, because Echoes of Wisdom is more vertical. So, the distance problem shows up more. Can I help you? Don't you know who I am, bear? Oh, wait, I guess that's a silly thing to ask. Oh, he's dead. Hello, Mr. Other Bear. I just killed your buddy over there. Go away. I have an easier time tolerating Bloom. I don't like Bloom, don't mistake me. But Bloom merely hurts my eyes and makes it hard to see. Blur hurts my eyes, makes it hard to see, and gives me a headache. Especially if it's really bad blur, like, you know, Octopath. Which is, I continue to call Octopath out for this because it is still the worst depth of field I have ever seen in a game. What's really funny is when it's done badly. Do you remember Outer Worlds? I even wrote a warning about that in the review for Outer Worlds. Because they use cutscene depth of field there, which is usually more tolerable, but they did it so crudely that it was actually worse. Like, in some cases, you could see the outline of, like, crisp versus blur, but the outline wasn't on the person, it was, like, an inch out from them. It's like, god dang. Yes, Ross, without question. There were only two things that prevented the replay tag there, and that was the big one. Worlds, Outer Worlds. I even thought about it to make sure I was speaking correctly. You've returned, and you look down to the worse for wear. What a relief. Here, I got your coffee beans, and I killed 2 people. Oh, precious coffee. Thank you. What did you just say? Don't worry about it. Coffee's popularity continues to soar. It'll never catch on. As does the demand for it. I'm afraid incidents like this one have grown increasingly more common. Everyone's been pouring their hearts into this to make the most delicious coffee possible and give the mate tea farms a run for their money. Those thieves tried to steal the very fruit of our labors. Bad apples, the lot of them. You know a bad apple when you see one, don't you? They deserve to be spat on. Ooh. Sorry about that. Got a little carried away. I've taken up enough of your time. Here, a little something for your trouble. And the spittle. No, the bear I've been eating the whole way back. Yep, Savakam has now moved to Tuliolo. Yeah, I don't think they're going to let you in. Trying to remember. I know depth of field started being a thing in the PS2 era. The Brown era of gaming. And for the same reason Brown became a thing about then. And the same reason Bloom became a thing around then. You still have all your appendages, but tell me, were you able to find one more of those wondrous coffee beans? These coffee beans are covered in putrid-smelling soil. Marvelous, thank you. They seem to covered in... Is that soil? Oh, it appears to be dung. That would explain... Aha! As omnivores, mountain bears feed on flora and fauna alike. Unbeknownst to us, they've been developing a liking for our coffee plants, and have been snacking on them in secret. But because the beans are difficult to digest, they remain whole in the bear's leavings. I suspect that while in their stomach, the flavors and fragrance of the plants and fruits the bears normally eat permeate the beans, diminishing the bitterness and resulting in coffee beans with a fruity, sweet flavor. By the way, this is based on a real-life thing. A most intriguing discovery, one I wouldn't have made without your help. Thank you. I dare say we have a new premium blend of coffee on our hands. Yeah, it's goats in real life. Which is funny, because WoW has a goat quest like that, too, in Pandaria, specifically. Anyways, now we've got that little bundle of joy out of the way. Oh, wow, Spartan. I'm sorry you had to deal with all the nonsense. Hopefully we'll have slightly less issues. Say, you look like an intrepid individual. I could really use your help with something. Oh, really? What would that be? Short ways from here, in Chabameki, exceptionally large, shall we say overgrown, megamagui are known to appear. I'd like you to take one down, retrieve an enlarged bulb from its body. As for why, I'll tell you upon your return. Probably not, Luke. You probably also don't care. Yes, unfortunately I am aware of it, Ross, and no, I will never try it. I will try many things, but that's a line. Okay, so that's a chain. There we go. Thank goodness, a capable-looking traveler. Please, I need your help. My caravan was attacked by beasts. I had a bodyguard, a young Mamulja mercenary, but he could barely fend for himself, let alone me. He somehow managed to throw me over his shoulder and carry me all the way here, but no sooner did my feet touch the ground than he ran back to the jaws of death. Damned if I could figure out why. Injured as he was, I don't like his chances. Please, go to Chabayukek and save him. Okay. Would I chalk chocolate ants? No. I have a pretty strong no bugs policy. I tolerate a lot of gross things in food. Bugs are too far. Iron stomach is actually a trait you can get in GURPS. And you'd think, that's stupid, but no, it's actually way more useful than you'd think. The grossest food that I like? Cow. Yeah, actually pig. That's another good example. One of the biggest reasons why a lot of people would keep there we go. Pigs in ranches, this is a while ago. It's because pigs are, I forget what the name is, animals. Which means they can deal with things like parasites and bacteria and viruses and stuff. Better than other creatures can. No, not omnivores. It's a separate thing from that. Related, but not that specific thing. So you keep the pig there, and they actually allow you to, like, I forget exactly how it works. But basically, the pigs will help keep the other animals healthy simply by being there. Simply by being present. I can hardly believe my eyes. You felled those bloodthirsty beasts with such ease. Yeah, don't worry about it. I'm getting ahead of myself. Thank you for saving me. As a mercenary for hire, I'm ashamed such help was even necessary. So the merchant sent you, did she? The attack in the caravan saw her wares scattered all over. I figured the least I could do was retrieve as much as I could. Thanks to your timely rescue, I can still do just that. No need for you to stay with me. Go know I'm safe. I'll grab what I can and be along shortly. Okay. Yeah, no, pigs are death machines. They are terrain destroyers. Terrain's the wrong word. Biome? That's still wrong. I can't remember what it's called. Interaction of, like, animals and plants. They're invasive as hell. I guess biome is a good word. They're very... Ecosystem is actually what I was thinking of. They're ecosystem destroyers. Because, again, they will eat anything. And they're pretty good at finding food. Hello. Yeah, bunnies is a weird one, but yeah. And yes, historically speaking, pigs have been used to dispose of corpses before. Hi, Yoda. I haven't said hi yet. Hi. Just realized I should just warp back. Speaking of gross meat, dog! I suppose I cheated on your question. The most the most true to the spirit of the question, gross food I enjoy. I don't know, I'm pretty vanilla. Asparagus, maybe? I love greens. I love greens in general. So, you know, I like asparagus, I like broccoli, I like Brussels sprouts, right? You know what? Actually, okay. This is another joking answer. The McRib. Oh, I'm so relieved to hear he's safe. The Mamulja take considerable pride in their trade as mercenaries, but that young man seems to have a particularly acute sense of responsibility. I've heard tell some Mamulja travel across the salt to make a name for themselves. As a preliminary step to that, it seems many young hopefuls gather experience here in Tural as mercenaries and bodyguards to sharpen their skills. That said, as earnest as he is, the young man failed to protect my caravan. We'll have to discuss some sort of compensation for my losses. I'm not heartless, however. He saved my life and risked his own to reclaim my wares. There's much to consider. For now, however, treating his wounds must come first. Interesting. Chicken's pretty gross. And I do enjoy chicken. Although, chicken's weird. Because chicken is one of those meats that's only enjoyable when you do something with it. Like, have you ever had plain chicken? Because it's just cardboard. Seriously, throw chicken in a pot and boil it and then eat that. It's not great. Yeah, then there's chicken eggs, which are effectively a miracle food. Welcome back. How'd you fare? Here you go. Perfect specimen. This will make for fine mezcal. Tell me, were you aware it was actually the peoples of Tural who taught Oh my god. Were you aware that it was actually the peoples of Jacques Tural who taught we Pelupelo how to make mezcal? They taught us to make the liquor with agave, but we also learned that using the bulb of a Mega Magui gives the drink a real kick. And the Mega Magui would give me a real kick if I tried to procure their bulbs myself, which is why I can't thank you enough for your help. I've no doubt the batch of mezcal I make with this will be a delight. Also, anybody who knows alcohol better than me, what kind of alcohol reaches, like, peak fermenting at 3 years? Because most of the time when I hear people talk about that kind of thing, it's like in the 10-year or 20 or 30-year range for fermenting, not 3. Okay, quest chain time. Cognac? I could see that. Tequila would make sense, since this seems very similar to tequila. Yeah, I recognize you. You're Lore, yes. I've heard about you. Companion to the Third Promise, a most dependable individual. Yeah, Scotch is like super long, right? The name's Nopli, I'll have you know. I'm a merchant blessed by fortune, if I do say so myself. Indeed, I believe our meeting today is no chance encounter, but the hands of fate guiding us for one singular purpose, the exchange of invaluable items at unbelievable price. If I could direct your attention over here for just a moment. Feast your eyes on these crates of exceedingly rare and precious corrupted crystals. Beautiful, aren't they? They're extracted from remote regions of Eorzea, as shine a brilliant orange hue, quite unlike your run-of-the-mill crystals, no. For you, I'm willing to offer them for the low, low price of 1 pel in the millions column. It's nigh highbrow robbery at this valuation, but anything for a friend of the third promise. Well, for such a low price, I'd be a fool to refuse. You say that, but I don't see you reaching for your coin purse. Strange. Considering how much it set me back to purchase them, the price I'm offering should be perfectly reasonable. How do I explain this to you? I have thousands upon thousands of these things clogging up my bag. Just to be certain, these crystals are considered priceless treasures in Eorzea. Yes? No. Wow, mead? Damn. Let me see if I'm getting this right. Not only are the corrupted crystals commonplace, but they're also highly volatile. Uh-huh. And in the past, you once used such crystals together with an elemental converter to do battle with powerful entities you call primals. Uh-huh. What's more, you kept them in a warded container at all times to protect against their deleterious effects. Uh-huh. All of which is to say, no practical use for such crystals has been discovered, meaning no one with any sense would bother to mine them. The peddler who sold the crystals to me never mentioned a word of this. He claimed they're extremely rare in Eorzea, which is why I decided to purchase them in the first place, even at the exorbitant price he offered. Naturally, I believed him, having never seen crystals of their like. Could you blame me? But if they really have no use... Have I not played the lucky? Been swindled? Well, at the very least, I was able to learn about the crystal's true nature before selling them to some poor soul. Fortune hasn't abandoned me completely yet. At any rate, I'd like to verify whether these crystals truly hold no value. Would you be willing to help me look into this? I need someone who I can trust, and that you'd be willing to share the truth with me says a lot. You need to answer right away. Give it some thought. If you have no interest, you're free to be on your way. If you decide to assist me, I'll be right here. Perfect music for this, by the way. You're willing to help, then? Wonderful. You are truly a kind-hearted soul. Dude, you're carrying raw uranium, like irradiated uranium around. Of course I'm going to help. Now, before I go and confront the merchant who sold me these crystals, I'd like to look into potential uses for them in Tural. For instance, crystals are in high demand amongst Turali mages who make extensive use of them in their rituals. And I just so happen to know a spellcaster amongst the distillery's guard. I'd like you to speak with them about the corrupted crystals and gauge their interest in purchasing them. In the meantime, I'll see about procuring a container to ward off their harmful effects. Per your explanation, preparing an elemental converter with my skills is likely impossible, but finding the requisite materials for a warding vessel should be within my abilities. The mage you're looking for is an individual of the Bunewa tribe. If you happen upon someone wielding a staff, chances are you found them. Yeah, I was going to say, can we hunt down whatever jackass is selling corrupted crystals across the ocean? Jesus. Yeah, we're just gonna summon Titan. What? It's still just the weirdest mount. Yeah, no, this could have been a bad thing. Unused crystals. Not interested. I prefer to keep my distance from peculiarities. I remember seeing it at Qualitas, yeah. Intriguing. I've heard of these corrupted crystals. As a practitioner of the arcane arts, I'll not deny they pique my curiosity, but I'm afraid I have no interest in purchasing them. If they're as volatile as you say, there's little to be done with the crystals whose very nature can change on a whim. Valid point. That's amount. Call that. No, no. Amazon is terrible. Amazon is a horrible company. I bash Tencent a lot for being the worst gaming publisher out there, because they are. Amazon is much worse than Tencent is. I hope Bezos rots in hell. So even the mage was not interested. Nevertheless, I thank you for speaking with them on my behalf. Seems you are right. The crystals really are worthless. I may be unable to make back what I've lost, but there's one thing I can still do. Lore, I wish you to stop that pernicious peddler from continuing his crooked ways. Will you help me? Yes. What a relief. Allow me to offer you a small token of my thanks. No, for real. I'll do this for free. You don't need to give me jack. Yeah, if you remember, I was seeking getting a job at Amazon, too. This would have been right before I started my streaming career. So, like, 2012 or something like that. Every moment we leave that peddler to his own devices is another opportunity for some unsuspecting traveler to be hoodwinked. We need to figure out where he's been and where he may go next. I'll ask around in Wachun Pelo if anyone else had similar run-ins with disreputable merchants. Yeah, by the way, think about that little fork in reality. I could have become a streamer, or I could have worked at Amazon. They turned me down. I tried a few jobs. I actually mentioned that I was trying to, God, what was it? It was like 5 or 6 things I tried out for. It was all fairly, you know, entry-level, low-tier stuff. In which would I be working harder? Streaming. Why what, Luke? Why did they turn me down? You have this weird impression that employers have to tell you why they're denying you when you try to work for them. I never even found out why Walmart turned me down. Also true, Savacom. Sometimes they just give you nonsense answers. This is a pleasant surprise. Do you think we could meet here again of all places? Do you recognize me, don't you? The merchant you spoke of on the ship to Tulu-Yolo? Actually, I do. I neglected to impart my name to you at the time, but I shall happily rectify that now. Pigi Mulu, at your service. Since my arrival on the continent, I must say business has been booming. I'll spare you the details on my most recent transaction, but suffice it to say I earned quite a handsome sum from a most generous young merchant. It really makes the lengthy voyage here feel well worth the trouble. All that remains before I return to Eorzea is to purchase some commodities. Alas, ever since I felt the soothing waters of the Panak Pelu retreat on my skin, I can think of little else. The mere mention of it has stirred my yearning to avail myself of those hot springs once more. Pleasure to meet you, but I must be going. Bye. And then he died. It's weird. He fell in my sword 18 times. Actually, yeah, it was just wild how that works out. No, I agree with you, Zar. Ubisoft has been junk for many, many years. Still, criminal trial, by the way. It's been moving forward. I looked that up recently. But Tencent is worse. Tencent is awful. We don't want a timeline where Tencent gets even bigger of a footprint in the gaming space. Hi, Giga. Oh, up there. Hang on, Sean said something. Oh, never mind. That makes sense. That makes perfect sense. I've only recently learned, as recently as this year, in fact, learned that there is financial incentive, which I will not go into because it's kind of a rabbit hole, for employers to not employ you if you are overqualified. That has irritated me for decades at this point. Because, and there's no nice way to say this, I'm overqualified for most of the jobs I've applied for. And I just wanted a job, right? I was just trying to get a job of any kind. And I kept getting turned down because I was overqualified. And it's like, okay. And yeah, you obviously can only apply at the ground level, so you can't apply for a job you might actually... You get it. Oh, it's you again. Did you follow me here? Or you too have succumbed to the allure of the hot springs? The water is perfect temperature, the view ravishing. All my worries just melt away. Though I suppose I'm also Kavli to thank for that. He's been the perfect attendant, taking care of my every need. I'm surprised you're still listening to me ramble on. If I didn't know any better, I think you might not enjoy these springs. But he came here to speak to me. He's growing suspicious of us. We better speak with someone else instead. Yeah, no, we live in a society where that is absolutely correct, Savacom, and very, very wrong. It's even worse than that, too, because there's also a stigma attached with working low jobs. You know the stigma. You know exactly what I'm talking about. As if there's something worse about working fast food, as if there's something shameful about having a regular employed job, about actually working in the service industry in general. Yeah. Gigimolu truly did such an awful thing? I had no idea. He only recently began to visit these springs and hired me to take care of odds and ends for him during his sojourns. I took him to be quite the affluent individual, the way he carries himself. My heart goes out to poor Nopli, but as a Pillow, I'm quite intrigued by Gigimolu's trading practices. Allow me to explain. Wait, hang on. We gotta switch music. This should be good for this. Allow me to explain. Many years ago, we Pelu were looked down upon by the other peoples of the Tural, both figuratively and literally due to our diminutive nature. Chagrined, it is said that our ancestors decided to start wearing masks made in the image of the most powerful Tural Vidral, Valagramanda, in order to strike fear into the hearts of those who looked upon them. Today, however, the meanings of the masks has changed. After becoming peddlers at the Dawn Servant's suggestion, the masks have come to symbolize fair transactions, and indeed they are now proof of our reputability. Instead of focusing solely on our own profit, we endeavor to make every trade mutually satisfactory. Countless years of doing so has earned us the respect of those around us, and now we very rarely experience any belittlement. That's actually an interest... God, that's fascinating. It would make sense, too. Because it would only work over a long period of time, and it would create that kind of customer trust, right? Right back to it. If one of these people wants to make a deal with you, you are much more inclined to accept that deal because it's one of them, because they have that baked in trust as a cultural norm. It would also mean that any one of the Pelu who try to scam you is going to be a much bigger deal because of that trust being broken so quickly and easily like that. Anyways, it seems Gigimoli only wishes to fill his own coffers, even at the expense of those with whom he does business. Damn, for Lichtum. It's a shame. After what he's done, no Turali will wish to barter with him again, no matter what the quality of import he has at hand. I'll keep a close watch on him from now on. I don't want anyone else swindled out of their hard-earned pell. Yeah, exactly. As Takoida says, Mad Overlord, the Pelu are kind of internally self-policing, because all of them benefit from this system, so any of them trying to move out of that system is going to be smacked down by them. Never mind the rest of the people who they'd be dealing with. I'm sure Nopli must be anxious to hear with you. I have matters here as well. Why don't you return to him? That is fascinating. Taking notes for our trek. I'm not actually joking. An idea I've posited several times for our trek is that there's two branches of philosophy amongst the Ferengi. One of them are in favor of short-term profit, and the others are in favor of long-term profit. And you already get the idea, right? Oh, the Pelu would hate Ul'dah. What? You met Gigomolu during your voyage? What a small world. In any case, thank you for lending your assistance once again. It's reassuring to know Kavli will be keeping a watch on him. As for my investigation here, it seems I'm presently Gigomolu's only victim. But I fear I won't be the last. There's no telling what underhanded tricks he'll use to procure those wares you spoke of, and I refuse to let him besmirch all that it means to be a merchant. I have a plan. I'm gonna need your help. I hate them, Gigapudding. I hate them, and you, and puppies, and kittens, and the sun! Sorry, no, they've been really good so far. I'd like your opinion on something. Should word of Gigomolu's underhanded practices spread, it won't be long before there's not a soul in all of Tural willing to deal with him. How do you feel about that? Good. Indeed, yet I'll be disappointed by such a conclusion. After all, we'd lose one of the few merchants willing to cross the sea to do business with us. If he is to remain a potential trading partner in the years to come, he needs to be made to see the error of his ways. I suspect a few words of warning will do little, however. He needs to be taught a proper lesson. I mean, it wouldn't... Raban? I need you to do a job for me. I suspect a few words of warning will go little. He needs to be taught a proper lesson to feel the sting of being swindled for himself. We will make sure he does that the Pelu Pelu way. First, we'll need an alluring piece of merchandise to serve as bait. Hailing from across the salt yourself, I can think of none better than suited to finding something that might garner his interest. Have a look about. See what I've seen something that has caught my eye. I should know if anything catches your eye. Quark would definitely be the long-term profit person, absolutely. I mean, if you think about it, Quark is already a long-term profit Ferengi. He likes his bar, obviously because he's a people person, but he has consistent and persistent income, which lasts across all kinds of crises and circumstances. He weathers every freaking storm because he invested in that bar, right? Now, Zek, he is also much more long-term profit, since he does have the ability to think past his nose. By contrast, someone like Brunt, he's much more short-term profit. He just cares about right now, even at the expense of tomorrow. And most of the Ferengi fill into one or the other. Like I said, it's based on actual Trek. It's not something I just invented whole cloth. Ron strikes me as someone who doesn't care. Oh, absolutely, Little Billy. No question. In fact, that happens in like a season 6 episode, which is just really jarring. So Loke says, what about both parties policing themselves who don't like crossovers? It's a good question. And the truth is, I don't have an answer for that. Because you're right, they could encourage cross-pollination as like a cultural norm thing, or they could discourage it for the same reason that Pelu Pelu do. I haven't decided yet. Something rare? I can think of nothing better than coffee plants. Coffee. They'd surely fetch a handsome price, seeing as you most likely can't find them where you're from. Oh, you can find them there. In that case, I'd like to try your coffee for myself. Yeah, we have coffee. We have lots of coffee. We have too much coffee, oh god. A local speciality that's on the rarer side. How about potatoes being sold at the distillery? It's one of the few vegetables that can be cultivated at these altitudes. Oh, you have those already. Ha! Well, I'll be. If they're popular across the salt as well, I couldn't be prouder. Ooh, brand new mug. It's a damn good episode, Ross. Very personal, very down-to-earth, very grounded, very consequence. It's only a paper moon is DS9 at its best when it's dealing with the follow-through of something. My opinion. If it's for a merchant, they might be interested in our traditional dolls. They believe to be good luck for business. I carry one myself, as it so happens. But whether or not someone unaware of its origins and significance will truly appreciate it is another question entirely. So, okay, Gigapudding. The zone music's fine. We're not in the zone. So this is the song we're hearing here. I hate this song, but it's also the town song. So I've already gotten sick of it across 2 zones. Now, I could turn it off and on as I leave the town, or I could just leave the WoW music on. I've been turning it off when we go roaming, especially for MSQ stuff. It has a pretty short loop, yeah. If you're looking for something out of the ordinary, I'd have to recommend an Uolon bristle hairbrush. They're good to keep the alpaca free of fleas, and they help prevent skin conditions, among other things. And while you're expecting them to turn and spit on anyone tugging their hair, the alpacas appear to enjoy the grooming. It's a simple way to keep them healthy and happy. People can use the brushes too, obviously. The bristles help distribute natural scalp oils and strip the hair of leftover dead strands to promote a healthy scalp. It's surprisingly gentle on the skin too. It's no wonder they've grown so popular. So, potatoes and coffee plants do not seem bait. The doll and the hairbrush might be tantalizing enough. Let's report in. Oh god, tell me about it, Little Billy. I hate that song. The Pixie Town song, specifically. And I did those dailies, too. In fact, I maxed that rep. Ugh. I was thinking about ROM, Ross, because the Ferengi are going to be founding members of the Federation. And if you don't understand how much of a sea change that is, then I said that wrong. So when we fast forward 200 years to DS9's time, I think ROM's position in something like Deep Space Nine might be substantially different. Something I've been chewing on. Actually, no, Ross, it's a little bit more complicated than that. But anyways, you returned. I take it you found an item or two of interest. Actually, yes. I see. An Ulan bristle hairbrush, one of our traditional dolls. I must admit, whether a doll would be truly desirable to an outsider is a bit dubious. I think it'd be safer to go with the hairbrush. My thanks for finding a suitable bait. Normally, they'd go for 1 pel in the 10,000 column, but to teach our pernicious peddler a lesson, I'll offer him 1 for the 100,000s column. Lest you worry, I won't actually sell it to him. I'm just giving him a taste of his own medicine, so he can come to understand why a fair and honest deal is so important to us. More importantly, I wish to convey something to him, merchant to merchant. So will you lend me your aid? Yes. Kind of, yes, FM Aylward. So, this is partially Lord Reloaded's idea, so I will give him full credit on that. But the idea is that by Enterprise's era, there were several enterprising Ferengi that were making different efforts to try and make money, because a lot of them recognized what a wild west the interstellar community was becoming. Like, a lot of species, in Enterprise's era, a lot of species were just past first contact with each other, right? So, you know, the Vulcans and the Tellarites and the Andorians and all the species within that core center there knew about each other, knew each other existed, and that's pretty much the perfect time to really get trading. Yeah, the freeways are starting to fill up, exactly. So several Ferengi are all doing their own particular methods to try and make a stamp in that. One of the Ferengi that we decided to have do that is Zek. And so Zek is betting on the extreme long term, which makes sense. Remember, Ferengi live for centuries. So Zek, he starts selling all kinds of things at a loss and essentially giving away. You know, I know Zek is going to be very young, like in his 20s here. And they start giving away stuff and giving away resources and giving away currency so that it can start becoming a modicum of trade. You know, if you give a bunch of people, like there's going to be an episode where Zek is like, "Oh, I'm so sorry," here, and he literally gives some gold pressed latinum to Enterprise, to the NX-01, and they're like, "What is this? This is crap and worthless to us." Well, but I know some guys who will accept that as currency, and you see the economic sense there. Zek is going to be operating at a massive loss in order to build customer base, and it's going to succeed. So, Ferenginar isn't necessarily a founding member of the Federation, but the Ferengi absolutely will be. There will be plenty of Ferengi who will be at the ground floor of the Coalition of Planets, which will then transition into becoming the Federation. And yeah, exactly, Loke, you get it. Setting up not only currency, gold press latinum, but also trading standards and trading connections. Zek is going to become extraordinarily wealthy because he is going to luck out and successfully connect a few specific people in just the right ways. And so, again, he's going to literally have a seat at the table when they're going to start deciding the creation of the Coalition of Planets. Exactly, Blade Chaval. That's the idea. Because what he's doing is actually extremely risky. He is correct, Little Billy. What Zek is doing in our Trek is extreme gamble. But it is either going to completely bankrupt him or hit it big. And it just so happens it's going to hit it big. Anyways. Then we'll see. I haven't decided yet what impact that will have on the FCA and Ferenginar as a whole. That's something I'm still debating. But that's the beginnings of things. That's all the way back in Enterprise's era. By the time we move forward to like TOS's era, we'll see how that's shifted things around a little bit. But you can bet there's going to be Ferengi in the Federation and probably Starfleet by TOS's era. All that remains is for me to begin my negotiations with Gigomolu. However, even should I approach him, I expect he wouldn't be willing to bend an ear to anything I have to say. But you, a fellow Eorzean, were to whisper into his ear of a merchant dealing in exotic wares he won't find elsewhere. I dare say his interest will be piqued. I expect he's still soaking in the spring, so try searching for him at the Panakpelu retreat. I'll join you after procuring a suitable store of airbrushes. That's actually true, Ross. That is another domino that I need to address at some point. Because you're right. There's no way Quark could have been a neutral merchant on Terok Nor during the Cardassian occupation. But that doesn't mean Quark wouldn't necessarily be there. It just means how he got there and why he was there would be different. That's the nature of a rewrite. You move one thing and a lot of things change down the line. So you just got to think about things a bit. Oh, absolutely, Luke. 100%. Zek's family would be like... Are you familiar with Emperor Napoleon? No, not that one. It would be that kind of a thing all over again. That tremendous, oh my god, I've got such greatness in my family, and I have to live up to it. Yeah, Napoleon III. I have to live up to Napoleon. And he was just such an idiot. On every level, he was just such a moron. Oh, here. Just for you, Giga, since we're out of town now. Bip, 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 bip. Oh, jeez. That is a good question, Dakota. Ah, it's you again. I take it you're unable to resist the allure of these waters? Actually. I see. And you wish to introduce me to this merchant of exotic wares? How thoughtful of you. I'm honestly surprised you remembered I've yet to find suitable goods back to Eorzea. Very well, I will meet this merchant, but I can hardly sit at the negotiating table in little more than a bathing towel. Pray wait for me below while I make myself more presentable. Oh, absolutely, Luke. Like I said, Napoleon. The negotiations may take several minutes. Cancel any pending duty finder registrations. Really. Thank you for waiting. Now where is this merchant you wish to introduce me to? I do like the warning. Nopely, I see. So you two are in cahoots. If you've come to return the corrupted crystals, I'm afraid I do not accept refunds. Didn't Lord tell you I'm here to make an offer? Make me an offer. Ha! I wasn't born yesterday. Whatever it is you're planning, I want nothing to do with it. The Pelopelud strive to bring others happiness through trade. Here, I'll turn it up just for you, Little Billy. Hogwash. You really expect me to believe I could benefit from another deal with him? Fury, God. It's not only for your benefit, but that of new customers you're certain to meet in the future commercial endeavors. Upon my mask, I swear it. You can swear on whatever you like, I still won't believe you. The only thing I trust less than your word is your meager eye for quality. Any product selected by your hand is one unworthy of my stalls. I picked it out myself. You selected it. Well, that changes things now, considering your wealth of experience in both Eorzea and Tyrol. Yours are eyes I can trust. I see we have your attention. Without further ado, allow me to present you my premium selection of high-quality alpaca hairbrushes. The bristles are firm yet supple, gentle on the skin, and exceedingly pleasant to the touch. Even the most sensitive alpacas can't get enough of it. Indeed, I dare say these brushes are of unparalleled quality. We already have brushes for livestock. Furthermore, the market for such a commodity would be limited to farmers, all but squandering any chance to profit. I would not purchase a product merely because it's of good quality. But you could... Oh, no! That's not what I clicked! Whatever. As a merchant, it's important to always ask yourself... make yourself as personal as possible, yet I'm confused why you would ask. So people can use the brush as well. Then may I try it for myself? If it's a quality product for men and women of good taste, then the potential market would expand considerably. Apparently that was the right choice anyways. Whatever, I'm stupid. This is quite lovely, the way the bristles gently caress my scalp, each stroke gliding through the hair like a gentle breeze, and somehow every strand falls perfectly into place. My hair has never felt so soft and so smooth. Yes, consider me interested. I dare say the brushes will sell themselves to those with like-minded taste for elegance. Let's discuss payment. By my estimation, a single brush would be worth roughly 10,000 bell, give or take. Speaking of worth, I forgot to mention one terribly important detail. The brushes are made with the hair of the indigenous creatures indigenous to Tyrol, the Ulan. Specimens are painstakingly chosen for each brush by a master craftsman, paying close attention to the beast's age, as well as texture, thickness, and strength of the hair. I'd say a single brush is worth no less than 2 pel in the hundreds of thousands column. I beg your pardon? 200,000 pel for a brush? You must be out of your mind. I'll take my business elsewhere. Wait. After purchasing the corrupted crystals from you, I'm in urgent need of funds. If you agree not to disclose this to anyone else, I'm willing to sell the brushes to you at half that price. You go so far as to offer them at half their market price. And it certainly comes as no surprise you lack capital. I may not find a more opportune bargain. Very well, you have yourself a deal. I shall use all the pel I have on hand to purchase as many brushes as you can offer. I was wondering why he asked for 200,000 per. It was terrible, Talia. I hated it. I spit on it. Sorry. To think the man I swindled would offer me such a bargain. The Pelopilla may make for better customers than they do merchants. Now then, let's return to my warehouse and finalize our transaction. I trust that's fine with you, Gigimoto? Indeed, I shall make a short detour to the inn to gather my things before joining you. Pray excuse me. Negotiations went rather well, if I say so myself. I cannot thank you enough for your assistance. But now the negotiations can truly begin. We should hurry back as well. So the way I've been doing it, Talia, is MSQ, then side quests, then primary optional. Not used to being on a schedule. I can't even imagine what it would be like to not be on a schedule. That's not a dig. It's just even when I'm not working, I wake up at 8. You know what I mean? I'm Too regimental. There you are, Laura. Now that we're all assembled, let us continue the discussion. What's there to discuss? The deal's already agreed upon. All that remains is the exchange of goods. Are you sure? Even if I told you the actual value of a brush is a single pel in the tens thousands column? What? You deceived me! Oh, nothing of the sort. I merely followed your example. I do personally believe a single brush is worth 2 pel in the 100,000 column. I also urgently need funds after purchasing those crystals. But more importantly, the brushes are of unparalleled quality. Do you think I could be outfoxed by the man I took for a fool? Yet why tell me all of its true value now? Had you remained silent, you could have made back all the money you lost. I find that a strange question. Are we not both merchants? Rather than prey on one another, hoping to make our fortunes in a single exchange, would it not be mutually beneficial for us to do long-term and become trade partners? As far as I'm concerned, this is a chance I can't afford to let slip away. Foreign merchants willing to sail all the way to Tyrol are few and far between, and I certainly won't have the wherewithal to travel to Eorzea anytime myself soon. After all I've done, you'd ask to be my trade partner? I ply my trade in a city called Ul'dah, where the unspoken rule of business is to deceive or be deceived, to seize what opportunities you can and quickly move on. Long-term profits have ever been the furthest thing from my mind. When I first saw you, Napoli, I could sense your naivete. Thus did I approach you with a mind to exploit it, and pawned my worthless crystals on your eager hands. At the time, I simply thought that it was business as usual. Yet I am wholly embarrassed by the thought of it now. That you would make use the same ploy against me and for even greater profit makes it all the more shameful. Napoli, I am truly sorry for deceiving you. Yeah, I was about to say, this is why Lolorito is in charge of Ul'dah, because he's been thinking long-term since the word go. I shall return all the money I took from you and make amends I can for the trouble I've caused. I do not deserve your forgiveness, let alone your partnership, but if you're certain that's the best course. I am, but forget about the money. I'd like you to bring back more of those corrupted crystals. If I can find some use for them, we'll have a product that can be easily sold for a premium and we can corner the market. I am happy to oblige, but until such time as the crystals become profitable, I could not in good conscience proceed without a product we can both benefit from. If it please you, I'd like to explore our options. I couldn't have convinced Gigomolo without your help, Laura. Together I believe he can bring others happiness through trade, not only in Tyrol, but Eorzea and beyond. I've prepared a small gift to show you my thanks, though it's hardly enough. I hope this is of some benefit to you in your travels. And if you ever need anything, don't hesitate to ask. Oh, it's the same food as before. Oh, I hate that, Ross. I know exactly what you mean by that. Yes, Yura, somehow. That was a nice quest chain. And yeah, Pillars of Snow is absolutely right. Something that's true in actual canon Trek, regardless of my own headcanoning or rewrite ideas, is that there are stupid Ferengi who bumble about and are idiots, and then there are smart Ferengi who are the ones who actually keep the Ferengi Alliance operating. This is true across TNG in general, but especially in DS9, where the difference between the two becomes a stark comparison. Yeah, Brunt's an idiot. Who would, if people like Brunt were the only ones in charge, the Ferengi Alliance would collapse in a day. Same thing with Ul'dah. If idiots like Alegi Taleji were actually in charge, that would be the end of that. But for now, let's talk to Corrin Servant. John Deere. Let's not even get into that. Well, well, if it isn't my dear friend from Tuliolo. I do hope your days, as well as your stomach, have been full of merriment and cheer since we last met. Actually, yeah, I'm aware of Shadow Machine, and yeah, that's not great. Sorry, Liquidator Front. FCA. Glad to hear it. I was just passing through when a faint rumbling caught my attention. The unmistakable sound of a belly in need. This is funny because I basically skipped breakfast. How fortuitous that fate would also guide you here. Might I impose upon you once more to help me? If you would lend me an ear to a pearl boy's troubles, I can determine how best to lend an ear of my own. I really need to look up this quote. There was one of Bobby Kotick's cronies was pushing an idea for something to do in WoW. And the response everyone in the development team said was, but that would piss off our players and limit our player base. And the crony could not understand that concept because he was just thinking how much money they would make immediately for doing it. And it's like, but what? Don't you want to keep having players keep buying your game for years? We can make money off them right now. Okay. You know, I'm not sure, Ross. Yeah, what's a player base? Okay. Yeah, exactly, Bragwin. It was just, I need to find that quote, because it's such a great quote that really encapsulates how stupid these people are. Did he get his way in the end? Actually, no, believe it or not. If you've come for business, I'm afraid I'm much too tired right now. It's strange, really. No matter how much I sleep, or try to sleep, I suppose, it never seems to be enough, and despite the weird grumblings in my stomach, I have no appetite. I recognize a lover of corn when I see one. The problem, I believe, is he eats only corn. He is exhibiting clear signs of malnourishment for lack of a well-balanced diet. Though my dominion is only over that which over that which is corn and kerneled, there may be yet a way we can help him. Prepared with lime water, my corn can be enriched with additional nutrients. Behold, a rich and creamy corn soup. Surely this will help remedy what ails him. Actually, I have been paying attention to that fight very carefully, Loke. So far, it's going our way. And the good news is, the longer that goes our way, the less likely it is it's going to go against our way, as weird as that sounds. Like, there was a really scary period there a few months ago where it was like, but that's smoothed out a lot. I'm going to keep an eye on it, though. Wow, Ross. Anyways, have some corn soup. Corn soup really is the best of foods. I can't get enough of it. I never thought eating only corn would be bad for me, but there's no denying how terrible I've been feeling lately. I suppose I'll need to be more creative with my corn cooking. Thanks for this. You've given me much to think about. Yep, the Loa of corn continues to be awesome. I cannot believe we have an honest-to-God Loa of corn in this game. Nothing like a nice warm soup to warm the belly and the heart. Let this be a reminder, my friend. It is possible to have too much of a good thing, even corn. Moderation, together with other herbs, spices, and flavorings, you can enjoy a cornucopia of delectable delights. I believe our work here is done, but know that where there are those in need of sustenance, I will be there. Fare thee well. I cannot believe we have an honest... Okay, can someone tell me in rough timing how long it's going to be until the first dungeon? Now that we have the go back to town quest. Two minutes! Alright, so someone who isn't lying. Yeah, seriously, Loke. Maybe there is, we just haven't met them yet. One quest away. Okay. Let's go ahead and try and knock that out before the break, then. So, going to be here. Oh god. Oh god, no, it's the jazz! Favorite Combs character? Oh, Wei-Yun, 100%. But that's cheating, because there's at least 3 Wei-Yuns that fill that role, you know? Oh my god. Okay. Shran, I didn't think would grow on me the way he did. But I agree with you in general. He's probably my number 2. The contest has barely begun and we already have 2 keystones. Surely even my talented brothers aren't doing this well. Only hope. Yeah, exactly, Kara White Noise. Each Wei-Yun is distinct. Even the... Like, obviously the Wei-Yun is distinct. But even the other Wei-Yuns are distinct from each other, and that's impressive. Yeah, Wei-Yun 6 is phenomenal. But I still like the other Wei-Yuns. Voice acting? Nope, of course not. We've now won keystones from both Feet of Reeds and the Feet of Gold. Sure, that means our approach to the contest was the right one. So it would seem, by continuing to retrace oh my god. I can't say that word! Gulul Jaja's journey as presented in the saga, we should find the remaining electors in turn. Let's visit the giants next. Like Kryl said, the fact that they were searching for the Golden City might mean they were doing something useful. The home of Tokhui is the upper reaches of Urqopacha. Unless you're keen on scaling the cliffs, we'll have to take the long way around, through the Kozamauku cliffs. Kozamauka. I keep dyslexiating that for some reason. This route will take us close to the Moblin village, which is another important location in the saga. Since we need all the keystones eventually, it makes sense to pay them a visit since we're passing through. By the way, if we're this close to a dungeon, volunteers, I can technically take anything, but I would like to take my tank, if possible. So I need a healer and 2 deeps. So we call the Moblins first, and let's head there right now. I'm afraid right now is going to be a problem. Absolutely, Loke, 100%. Wayun 6 would have been a net positive for the setting. Do I like Damar? Yes! Not as a person, he is kind of scum, but he is a fantastic character. The flight of Wee Wingless, the great stairs leading to the Moblin settlement, collapsed in the storm. What are we to do then? That's the one, Sean. There's an alternative, but it requires preparation. Until it's ready, you can rest at the cabins or see more of the city. Do you have a dungeon I can do? Do you have a dungeon? Please. Just to be sure, you'll accept any method of travel as long as it gets to our destination. Of course. What do you take me for? Then as your guide, I will see to the arrangements. Well, it seems we have some free time. Let's make those of it. Dungeon! 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 I need to get my axe repaired. I nicked the Bade pretty badly when I took a swing at Bakul Jaja. That reminds me, I never got around to introducing you to Ropley, did I? He's the man in charge of Wachu Meki Meki. A good person to know. Want to come along? Sure, if it means a dungeon! Dungeon! Let's go then. Yeah, I'm not trying to be facetious. I'm really not sure how this is going to lead to a dungeon. Okay, so we've got a bunch of people and I need 3. Pick a number between 1 and 100. Now let me think of the number in my head. Give me a second. Keeping my eyes closed while I think of the number. Okay, I've got it. Sorry, Dakota. Well, you do have a fixed portrait. That is important. Quick, make it a count. Level to 91 or 2 or whatever it is. For what it's worth, the big band doesn't hurt my ears the same way as the other jazz does. I don't know what it is. Like, woodwinds in general tend to bother me, and I know saxophone is like half woodwind, so maybe that's what it is. My, the third promise. How might I assist you this fine day? Well met, Rupley. I'm in need of a I need to buff out a nasty nick in my axe blade. Yeah, it's been chipped terribly. Trying to cleave rocks again, are we? Again? Something like that. Can you fix it? Well, you stand amongst Toral's most prestigious gatherers of artisans and ask this question. 'Tis child's play. I'll have it repaired for you in 2 shakes and an alpaca's tail. Good to hear. I leave it in your capable hands. Who's your companion, if I may ask? Oh, this is Lore, a great adventurer I found across the salt. I brought him here to meet you, actually. Thought he might have reason to visit Wachu Meki Meki sooner or later. But allow me to introduce myself. I am Ropley, humble representative of the Grand Center of Trade. Pleasure to meet you, Lore. You there, stop dithering the shadows. Announce your business already. I've seen that man somewhere before. Yeah, usually when people organize saxophones, they put it in the brass section. That's why I mentioned it, Yosin Corp. Aha! I did recognize him. That trip, I swear. Yeah, that's good. A jewelry maker you met on the voyage over. Oh, I remember you spoke with him too. Vanchantian? God, I don't know. You've been loitering with a flighty admirer who can't pluck up the courage to confess his feelings. Out with it. Why are you here? That is to say, I need you to go do a dungeon. Please go do a dungeon with me. Please, 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 please. What? But, what? Get out of here! Hey! I wonder if he could use someone to talk to. I say we go ask. Let me know about Link Pearl if you can find him first. Get back here. Alright, so let's look at our numbers. Not that many people guessed as much as I thought. So it looks like it's going to be Bragwin, Mr. Red, and Lunaruth. It was 61. So, Bragwin. Where's Lunaruth? I don't see Lunaruth. There is no Lunaruth. Okay, cool. And who's the other one? Mr. Red. I mean, it makes sense, Ross. You could pretty much never forgive them for what they did. You have until we're at the dungeon, Lunaruth. I mean, that's been a really big theme in a lot of WoW stuff recently. I can't forgive you, but I will work with you. Hell, we just had that in War Within, and we had that in Dragonflight. We're conversing with Master Rothman, but wait, we've met before, haven't we, on the ship? Yes. Now give to me your soul. What? Just do it. I need souls. I'm hungry. What? You found him? Good. I'll be right there. Why did you run off like that? Did you have business with Ropley or not? Yes, Ross. Yes, please, you needn't concern yourself with my affairs. I'm undeserving of such attention. Oh, no. Oh, no. What are you going on about? I beg you, do not ask me to explain. Do not! Sorry, but the more you tell me not to, the more curious I become. Besides, you look like you need a friend. You're too kind. I suppose I can share with you a morsel of my misery. Before I came to Tuliol, I worked as a goldsmith in the most prestigious jewelry maker in all of Ul'dah. Times Aesthetics. Oh, it all started off well enough, but as the days passed, everything went wrong. Compared to the masterpieces of my talented colleagues, my products were lacking, mediocre. I lost all confidence. Crippling doubt had possessed me, and any veneer of bravado I tried to put forth soon cracked beneath its weight. Thus did I take a ship, hoping to find fresh beginning and new shores, yet as you witnessed, I lacked the courage to even approach a potential employer. You stand before a man wallowing in the wreckage of his ill-spent existence. Alright, you offered a morsel. Let's serve that, then served us the full course. You must really wanted someone to hear your story. If you'd like, I could give you a few words of advice. Or, my master goldsmith friend over here could talk to you about this. You have experience of feeling terribly inadequate when compared to your undeniably superior peers. Well, when you put it that way, yeah. I notice she does not list the bully in that. Not me, I'm Urqopacha, third promise of Tuliolo. Daughter of the Dawn Servant. Of course, you're a member of the royal family. Please forgive my presumptuousness. What of you? Have you ever measured your work against your colleagues and found yourself wanting? No. Yeah, I'm going to go with the obvious answer. You do not measure your worth by the success of others. How could I not? Should my work not meet the same exacting standards, no new commissions will be forthcoming. What was the point of becoming a goldsmith? Looking back, 'twas my father who inspired me to take up his trade. His exquisite creations brought radiant smiles to the faces of his clients, and I admired him deeply for it. But in the course of striving to be as great of a goldsmith as him, I lost sight of my original motivation. All I ever wanted to do was to spread joy through my craft, as he did. There it is. Perhaps I'll give this one last try. Thank you both for reminding me of what is truly important. What is truly important. Oh god. Okay, let's grab... Where's Bragwin? Why do you not accept the invite, Bragwin? Why? That is an interesting suit. There you are. There's Linareth. There's Linareth. There's Bragwin. There we go. No, I wasn't doing it. Y'all figure out who's healing. I don't care. Oh, sorry, Laura. Didn't mean to ignore you. But yes, I'm glad to see Fun is giving himself another chance. I wonder if Fun will follow through. Let's see if he's actually gone to talk with him. One moment, please. God damn it, I just tried to mount. You know what? One of the reasons the WoW run has a chance of being shorter than the FF14 run? I could mount, dragonfly to my next destination, and dismount in literal seconds. It's the opposite of seconds and minutes. Like, okay, next quest. Whoosh! Okay, we're there. Next quest. Whoosh! Sorry. Nice, drone. It was nice of you to come, but you needn't worry. I found my courage. Ooh. Pray accept my apologies for my earlier behavior. My name is and I'm a goldsmith from Ul'dah, far away Eorzea. I realize this is a bold request, but I should like to continue practicing my trade in Wachu Meki Meki, if you would have me. I ask only for the opportunity to bring happiness to others with my creations. That's what I was about. You're looking for work. Well, I'm not hiring. Consider yourself hired. Never mind. I'll handle this paperwork. Can you start tomorrow? Yes, yes, of course. I must thank you again for your sage and timely advice. I don't know what it was all that helpful. But you were. Had you not come to speak with me, I would not have had a moment of much-needed self-reflection. I know, Talia. The arrangements have been made. Come meet us at the entrance of the High Tide Harbor. Oh, I almost forgot. Do you have my axe ready, Rupley? Ready and waiting. Behold the sublime touch of a Wachu Meki Meki artisan. Sharp and deadly as the first day I held it. Thank you. Good luck to you, Bob. Let me know if that doubt creeps back in. I'll be happy to talk you out of it. As for us, we should head for the harbor. Wouldn't want to keep Aaronville waiting. I mean, that's how it works, right? If you have connections, it's a lot easier to get stuff happening. I feel vaguely attacked here. I don't even think there's been any Roberts in FF. I haven't touched it at all yet, Giga. And I never will. Can I even dye this stuff? Nope. Cool. Oh, I suppose I should close WoW in the background here. Okay. Ah, enough with the secrecy. What's this big plan of yours? It's a dungeon! That is my big plan. Is it a moving dungeon? What? It's a Punuti. She'll be pulling our boat upriver. I don't know, she won't thrash about and sink us instead. They're gentle and timid creatures, for the most part. She's unlikely to cause a fuss unless you give her reason to. Ride the shoop off? First alpacas, now punutis. We're relying a lot on animals on this journey. You should be thankful we have an animal expert as our guide, then. Now, if an airship shows up, Sid's just going to magically appear. My old nemesis, another boat. Well, I took you for someone who was up to the challenge. Was I wrong? That would be great, Rex. Long ago, when fighting still raged between the clans, the inhabitants of the Koza Mauka rode these riverboats and moved swiftly through hostile territory, but the vessels see little use with Tural now at peace, so I was able to borrow one of the few which remain. That's a good point, maybe good faith. I did consider a dirigible, but the pilots warned me that updrafts near the falls would make landing difficult. You said you borrowed one, yet there appear to be several on the water. Guana! Lamati. Traveling upriver, I assume? Seems that way. Does it mean you've earned 2 keen students already? I can't believe how well you've managed despite undertaking the contest alone. I was never alone. I've had my own entourage with me since the beginning. What are you doing here? Escorting a promise, same as you. I'd heard much of the incomparable Archons during my time at the Studium. As soon as the contest was confirmed, I thought who better to recruit to my cause. I contacted the Scholarch, who arranged an introduction to these two gentlemen. The second promise had specific requirements. They who would be his assistants must boast both survival skills and mastery of arcane arts. Thus did Thancred and I receive the summons. My own study is concentrated on technology which our people could readily use, such as inventions born of magitech or clever engineering. Where magic was concerned, I covered only the foundation. You two, I expect you had other reasons for accepting the job? A few. The nation of Tulayolo spans an entire continent. Depending on who wins the throne, the world may be plunged into instability once more. Ever have we striven to preserve peace? Where is our place if not here and now? We did our due diligence, of course, and made sure who we were working with before agreeing to this endeavor. He's even more opaque than Urianja at times, but it's surprisingly... It's quite enough of that. We must be on our way. Wait, I have one question before you leave. Since you're our enemy, can we kill you? I mean, it's not like you can stop me! So I guess it's more like I'm asking permission, right? Quana and Urqopacha are vying for the throne. As Quana's entourage, does that mean you're defeating all his opponents, including us? We're sworn to do all in our power to win this contest for Quana, even if it means competing against our own comrades. Thancred! Please don't... Alright, I'm killing Thancred and Urianja. I guess that's our suicide for the day. Okay. Murder time, fun time. Jokes aside, I do like how the multiple-time world saviors are treating this like a friendly contest. I thought you were taking a boat. Even if you had been forced to travel on water, then the others will be doing the same. I'd rather walk than risk confrontation on a leaky barge with no possibility of retreat. Yeah, this was Thancred. I trust this route Erenvel has chosen for us. Time to kill people. Yeah, that's right, we can res, so we can kill the crap out of you. He's gonna stay down this time. Leaving the handling of the Punitui to me. Should other wildlife attack us, you'll have to do a dungeon. Damn dungeons. So much. Adding gameplay to the game. Should remain on deck and stand guard. They'll be wise to at least have one of us sit up with Erenvel, just in case. I like to stay on the deck. I'm eager to put my Pictomancy to the proof. Picto what now? I hadn't heard about that because it started at 80! I'll take any chance to show you I can hold my own on the battlefield. No, I agree, FM Elward. I will stand on guard with Laura. Like, I am joking. As much fun as it would be to kill Thancred, and it would be so much fun, I wouldn't actually do that to him. Yep, okay. Can we... Yep, I get it. This is... Yep. Yeah. We're getting on the ship now. Ship getting go. Hee. I am super evil. And dumb. Unlike the other guy who's evil and smart. Ooh, Ihu. Oh my god. I don't know how to pronounce that. Time to do Alright, do we have a healer? We have a healer. Perfect. Let's do it. I gotta figure out how to spell that, because I gotta write that down in my notes. Okay, the music's already better. Ihu Ikatumo. There we go. This is just Kingdom Hearts music. What the hell? He's just right there? What are those? How is he ahead of us? What? Alright, time to do an elevator, boss. Let's do it. I guess I'll put my tank stance up. I guess. I still like Braidwood's portrait. Mr. Ed, Inlander with donut portraits. Shame! Shame! I'm not sure what that is, Lope. Sorry. Yeah, I gotta remember how to play Paladin. Alright, I can do this. I can do this. I can play Paladin. I can't play Paladin. I'm terrible at everything. Oh god, kill me. This. It totally does, Rax. I wasn't joking when I said this is just straight up... Oh, maybe I didn't say it out loud. But I was thinking this is just straight up Kingdom Hearts music. I should get a DPS meter going. Not that I would ever use those. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Interesting that Final Fantasy almost never delves into paladins. It's pretty rare. Unless you define it as a Mystic Knight, that's a little bit vague. Yeah, Cecil, clearly. And then after that, it has been argued that Leo and Beatrix qualify. I don't actually agree with that. See, this is why I need to move to the EU, so I can use a DPS tracker without fear. None of the other reasons. No. It's just about that. Yeah, I think you're right, Poses. No, I think that is it. So it's just Cecil. That's what a paladin is. Cecil. I do like Paladin at 90. Like every class, it eventually gets good. Man, it takes a long time for Paladin to get there, though. Paladin is trash at early levels. Rain. Yeah, that's a good point. Dark Knight. Even Pain is actually a warrior, if you pay attention to her default job. It's warrior, gunner, and rogue for the 3. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Yeah, that's true, Pelosius now. You know, honestly, Cloud fulfills the much more traditional warrior slot. Big ol' two-hander. Essentially a barbarian. I know that sounds strange to compare the Cloud to that, but really think about it for a second. Now, by contrast, think about how many ninjas and samurais we've had across the series, because it's not a small amount. To improvise. What are you doing over there? You dickwad. When our boat was a cowardly move. Yeah. And well, we're losing speed. Mrs. Brooke. I'm sorry, we have to pull over to the bank. Let's go. Oh, so wall to wall, right? That's what I'm hearing? Lunarith is probably bored healing me by now. I say barbarian in the D&D sense, not in the more traditional sense. A lot of people tend to forget that barbarians in D&D are actually pretty versatile and very good at what they do. But you are correct. It is definitely the warrior archetype in Final Fantasy terms. Oh yeah, barbarians are super tanky in D&D. They're pretty much the tanks. Huh. Dokily dokily. You okay there, buddy? Oh, dude, a barbarian monk is insane. Essentially, think a monk, but with more health, more strength, and a rage. Okay. That. Would be very Guild Wars 2, if so. Or Ranger. Always the sick man of D&D. Real though, if you've never played Guild Wars 2, this kind of telegraph spam is very much in their style. Like, it doesn't start off that way, but by the time you start to get to the really good stuff and like the Flame expansion, I can't think of the name of, yeah, that's pretty mild compared to what Guild Wars 2 does. Now, you're probably thinking, how do you dodge all that? Well, first of all, you could just get good. But remember, Guild Wars 2 has a iframe roll. Kind of baked in. No, I haven't had a chance to, Rax. It took me a second to remember what you're talking about, but no. I suck too much. I was actually going to ask where the optional dungeons are on this one. Or let me ask the more relevant question. Are any of the optional dungeons pre-100? That's what really matters there. suppose I should actually look at loot for once. Oh. Which is funny, because this is the first gameplay we've really had so far for Stone. But I get your point. You're fine, Mr. Ed. I deserve to die. Why are you just out of range? Come here. Music's certainly interesting. The good news is, every tank class in this game is awesome, even Dark Knight. I'm having fun. I hope you guys are too. Don't mistake me, I love Gunbreaker, but it's nice to stretch a little bit. Yeah, no kidding, Blade. Imagine if this was jazz. I just realized the music's still a bit higher, sorry. I turned it up earlier to make that one song audible for a little bit later. Oh, I can't wait to see what they've done with Gunbreaker. I haven't seen many changes to Paladin yet, just making my cooldowns even better. Raglan's doing some numbers, by the way. Congrats on that. And she's like, oh, I suck at games, and she's just rocking it with a Black Mage. Ooh, nice. Yeah, as a reminder, we're not really doing the class coverage this particular run. That'll be part of Patch Trail, for obvious reasons. So mostly right now, I'm just taking down mental notes. What? Strange happenstance. Hath some misfortune befallen thy vessel? Apologies. It seems you'll be taking the long way around. Thanks, Thancred. See you later, buddy. Don't worry, I can go visit your daughter and give her the bad news. Why am I the blue? Damn it, Ross, I knew it. Sorry. I did my job. If it's really bothering you, I could play other music, Ross. I'd just rather not, since this is part of the review. But I will find other music. Let's see. I actually have a jungle playlist. Let's see, what's the most jungly song I can find? Actually, I do remember that one, Billy. Yeah, I was just looking at the Donkey Kong stuff. I actually have quite a few Donkey Kong songs, because of course I frickin' do. Oh wow, literally, that's amusing. Whoops, no, whatever. Didn't mean to do that off proc. Tell you what, just for you. Hang on. Buttons again. You know, Rax has got you there a little bit, like. Tradition. Star Wars. Yeah, I'll put it on random. So after Donkey Kong, who knows what we'll get. I love the hop. Oh, boss time. Hang on, hang on. You must die. I don't know why are we killing this poor thing? He was just sleeping. He was just chilling. For real, are we the baddies? Do I have a skull on my head? Time though, I thought there wasn't. Okay. Oh, I was right. Oh no, I need to be like over here somewhere. Why am I even tanking this guy? He is not looking at me at all. He's just doing his thing. That's a good point. I am literally Hitler. Cannot argue. Okay. Where's the arrow? There she is. Nope, that's what's wrong. Come here. Come here. Come here. No, don't run. Don't run. Don't run. Do not run from me, my minions. Running only results in things running away from me. Ah! You must have hot pistachios. Oh, sorry. That phrase lives rent-free in my head. I don't even know why. I don't know a good reason for it. It's just there. Okay, now immediately after this boss, I need to go pick up the food. Because I don't want it sitting out on the porch while I do the rest of the dungeon. Just as a heads up. I got pistachios! No, there's a deal right now for burgers at a local burger joint, and I like local places and burgers. Plus, my brother-in-law wanted boigas, so boigas we shall receive. Get to that. Okay, whatever. Here-ish, I want to say. Oh, a little further. Sorry. Why? Why did that music suddenly play? Yeah, local taco places, that's where it's going to be at, right there. Frickin' loot. I gotta deal with that. Ugh. Here, it looks like. Yeah, in my experience, most people just don't roll on the loot and don't notice it at all, and it drives me absolutely insane! take over the world, I'm going to make it an executable offense if you don't roll on your frickin' loot. Alright. I will be right back. Look, I just want the loot prompt to go away, Loke. Is that so much to ask? And as promised. Wall to wall, whether people are ready for it or not. This is a terrible idea. Let's do it. Now I'm gonna look at the mobs in this game and I'm like, what am I killing? Of course, that's been true since like FF5. I guess technically FF6 from my perspective. Same difference. The moron needs to stop doing all them drugs. These are fine. These are just crocodiles who walk. Sure. But, like, what the hell was the plant thing? You know, Ross is like, this music's even worse. So, like, what is this thing we're about to kill? What in the world? Aggro? No. Damn it, I changed the music just for you, Ross. Ross is like, I'd rather die. Yep, time to play the Donkey Kong Country Show opening theme. Let's do it, let's do it. Time to change it back. Nope, okay, he says it's fine. Banana Slammer! Everyone, you're welcome for the Eternal Nightmares. Stop trying to get behind me! God damn Pearls. Pearls. Which state in the U.S. has the best barbecue? I mean, Kansas. Oh, no, that's a lie, isn't it? Missouri, I guess. No, I'm gonna still say Kansas, though. Here's the funny part. They have regular barbecue challenges in Kansas. They're like, hey, you know, let's see who's the best at such and such. And they always vote for, like, the most generic, terrible, crap chain barbecue in the world. And that's the one that always wins best. It is Apollyon from FF9. No, so far we've had like a couple things from FF10. One thing from FF9, I think, which is this thing. You are not alone, Pillars of Snow. I guess we do have the Viper job, which is just Zidane. Yeah. I'm telling you. We've arrived, the super. You know, I don't remember off the top of my head, Five. It's a habit I've been in for over a decade at this point. Kind of muscle memory. Eating monsters in the middle of the battle. It's very rude. no, Spartan. You can just go directly into doing it. Trust stuff is optional, as it should be. That's what we call unavoidable damage. Talk about boss design for a second. You'll notice the overwhelming majority of stuff this boss is doing is completely dodgeable, other than what it's doing to me, obviously. I'll accept that. But it's been long considered standard game practices to accept that if you have every single bit of damage be completely avoidable, then the healers get bored. Now, I actually disagree with that overall mentality, and for reasons I've discussed many, many times. But that boils down to the concept of unavoidable damage, damage that you can't do anything about. It's almost always an AoE. It's the whole group, and it's just there to make sure that the healer has something to do, regardless of everything else. You'll see this more often in raid fights, even more dungeon fights. You notice this guy only has one unavoidable attack. Yeah, no, that's terrifying, isn't it, Rax? I've played Wildstar. I know how exactly insane telegraphs can get. Yeah, I imagine during all of these massive movement phases, the NPCs are doing nothing, so your DPS just slows to a fall. We're currently at 3 cycles. This is the unavoidable event right here. We're currently at 3 cycles of his loop, attack loop, which is a bit much. But imagine how much slower this would be if you were doing this with NPCs who are doing much less damage. Wildstar, a lot of people bash Wildstar. I am not one of those people. I really liked Wildstar. I think it had some flaws and some issues, but man, that was a lot of potential. Exactly, Yada. Give me more approach to green DPS as opposed to unavoidable damage. Give the healer something to do. Now, I understand that that's a bit of a sea change. That's going to be an overhaul change. But do it, right? Let's just commit to it. God's sakes. Why did Wildstar fail? Actually, a lot of reasons. But the biggest reason by far is they launched the game appealing to a specific market which didn't like the game. Another market of players liked the game. They immediately tried to recorrected too hard, and lost almost all of the players that were left. Thank you all for joining me, by the way. Let's see, I think I'm going to give my comm to... I don't know, that Black Mage was doing some really good deeps. But then again, the Machinist was too. Oh well. After this cutscene, I'm going to break for lunch, because I am half an hour into my lunch break now. 20 minutes my ass.
This is as far as we can go on foot, it seems. We'll have to head back and see about fixing the boat.
Hey! Everyone all right?
We would voice act this scene, but screw you. Those caverns you traverse were dug by the Yokui in their search for the gold. Remnants of their excavations can be found throughout this region. Well, I appreciate the lesson, oh wise guide. Are we landing this boat anytime soon? Boss names. The river journey's almost over. For proof of that, you need only look ahead. Actually, you know what? Yeah, let's do this. Walls were impressive enough from a distance, but this is almost too much now. Are you? Oh, you're not alright. I should be surprised if she was, even without the nausea. We're all spent. Speak for yourself. There's a mountain shelter nearby, a resting spot for those who have ascended the stairs. I suggest we make use of it. That'll be a welcome respite. Give you the strength for a short walk. We can rest along the way, too. Eh. Damn it all. A promise has been to lead from the front, not mule and moan like a sick kitten. Says who, first of all? Oh, Jesus. Ignore me, it's the nausea talking. I'm fine, really. Lead on, I'll follow. Very well, but if I might say one thing, you suck. Or, I mean, just because you're a promise or a claimant to the throne doesn't mean you can't be seen to struggle. You needn't bear this burden alone, so please don't hesitate to talk to us. You're always willing to lend an ear. But Kryl, leaning on others is a skill all leaders require. 100%. You as well, Laura? Yeah, strong leader! Almost always known as a bad leader. I've always believed this is my problem alone. Perhaps you have the right of it. Alright, I'll talk about things. Just give me a moment to collect my thoughts. Of course, as long as you need. We'll be waiting at the shelter when you're ready. Don't lie to me, this is the cutscene that doesn't end. There is no hope. Reunion. Oh, sorry. We made it! Interesting music. Well, whatever. Music's cool and all. But you know what's even cooler? Taking a lunch break.